Okay, good evening. This is the Huntley Community School District Committee of the Whole meeting for August the 6th. Can we have roll call?
Mr. Guerin.
Here.
Mr. Gentry.
Here.
Mr. Quagliano.
Here.
Mrs. Melendi.
Here.
Mr. Troy.
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino. Mr. Craddy.
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum. Let us stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll lead. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we're on to item 3 of our agenda, and that would be public comment. We're going to have Mr. Dan Armstrong read off our public comment. Approximately how many public comment sheets do we have, Dan?
Well, we do have two
Okay. Yeah, I'd let them go first. So, who do you got? Yeah. First of all, thank you for coming in person. Appreciate you making the effort. So we're going to start out with Carrie Schumacher. And Carrie, we're 3 minutes on the public comments is our kind of our limit. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to stop you at 3, but I'm
Okay.
going to have you wrap it up.
All right. My name is Carrie Shoemaker. As a former educator who is married to a current educator, we have always been grateful for the ways District 158 leads the way in educational excellence. And as the parents of 4 kids who have attended 4 of your schools, we have watched our kids each struggle with this spring's remote learning experience, which is why we were so relieved when we read of the planned return to school plan released by the district and found it to be rooted in guiding principles, 3 out of 6 of which specifically reference the value of an in-person physical school experience, which is backed by prevailing data and research. In a tumultuous world where no plan will be foolproof, District 158's plan demonstrated the cognizance that families should be able to choose the learning environment that best meets their needs while prioritizing the value of in-person learning to the greatest extent possible. In so doing, the district's initial plan lived up to its motto of all students, always. When decisions are driven by missions and values and supported by data and research, as this plan was, we can stand confidently by those decisions, recognizing that while we can't mitigate every risk, that should not cause us to waver in our commitment to them. By contrast, when our decisions are fear-based and reactionary, they cease to be worthy and wise. The updated communication released last Friday, filled with inflammatory language, did not seem to be penned by the same leaders who lauded the district's commitment to providing a high-quality in-person learning experience. We were deeply disappointed to learn that rather than collaborating with innovative thinkers across the community to develop a robust and flexible hybrid option, we were relegated strictly to remote learning for the foreseeable future. As you consider the district's next iteration of this plan and by extension, inherently propel or limit the learning and welfare of our students, I'd implore you to remember to whom you bear the greatest responsibility. It's not the parents who, regardless of childcare issues, are ill-equipped to provide the caliber of learning experience of a professional educator. It's not the taxpayers, although you have a moral and a fiscal responsibility to them. And it's not the teachers' union, whose vocality too often drowns out the voices we most need to hear. Your greatest responsibility is to the kids. Because our 5-year-old is protected by an IEP, his learning opportunities this year might be slightly better than his siblings. And because as a district we should do our part to level society inequities, the same will likely hold true for the vulnerable student populations. But what happens to the vast majority of kids who research tells us would benefit academically and socially from a classroom experience, but who fall squarely in the middle is an overlooked demographic? The district's current plan does not make allowances for their academic experience. This board has been tasked with the unenviable responsibility, but also the unprecedented, if you will, opportunity to live up to the values we espouse, to be the risk takers who fail forward in an ever-changing world. Was there ever so prophetic or appropriate a vision statement as the one we claim? To lead from a place of innovation, a perspective of vision, a lens of opportunity, and to be the district that pioneers in the way of doing that safely and excellently. I'm fully confident in the board, the administration, and the teachers and unions to work with urgency to provide our kids an option that does so in ways our current plan is lacking. We believe in you, and we are cheering you on. Please don't let good enough be good enough. We can and must do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up will be Crystal Hill.
like to start out by sharing a picture of the boy who brought me here today. And this is my oldest, and he's 10 years old. He is nonverbal, and I'm going to share a little bit about his story. My name is Crystal Hill. I am the mother of 4 boys, ages 10, 7, 4, and 1. And I've come today to address my concern over remote learning for the special needs community. My son is a part of the Strategy Ed program at Martin Elementary School, and he has attended there since 3rd grade and has made tremendous strides. He came to the program not walking and not having any ability to communicate. The team that works with him is highly trained and highly competent. In his first year there, he took his first independent steps at the age of 8. He also had a personalized text and visual communication binder created for him that we still use on a daily basis. I have seen firsthand how the effects of remote learning, sorry, I lost my spot here. Have affected him since the fall. My son, who's normally highly social and desiring to be around others, has sought solitude on a daily basis. He's still fairly nonverbal, but body language and his actions show me his sadness. He frequently picks play from his communication board. Having 4 children, I can't always sit and play with them, and he doesn't quite grasp how to follow others when they are playing and how to ask to be included. As a special needs parent and an educator myself, it hurts my heart to not be able to get him to his goals. But I have to remind myself that this is not the training I received. I only went to school for traditional elementary education, not special education. These teachers are exceptional. It is not just the academic side of learning that we are missing, it's all the therapies that occur as well. We have not had adaptive PE, physical therapy, or social work therapy in over 4.5 months. My son doesn't watch TV at all. He doesn't attend to any type of screen. So these therapies over Zoom are pointless. These are the therapies that we truly are missing. School is much more than childcare and working on IEP goals and tax boxes. We have loved the time we have engaged with our teachers at Martin Elementary, specifically in the Strategy Ed program. So I urge you to consider full in-person learning for our special needs kiddos. They need that in-person learning, and they will not reach their fullest potential without it.
Thank you very much for coming in, both of you. Appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Armstrong, you're going to read approximately how many?
Approximately 10, somewhere around there.
Okay, very good.
I'll read them in the order in which they arrived via email. First is from Dan Barak. It's actually 2 separate emails. I'll read them together. Why are we going against the advice of all governing and assisting organizations related to school safety? The CDC, American Academy of Pediatrics, federal government, Illinois state government, and our nation's top disease expert, Dr. Fauci, all advise for in-person instruction. Furthermore, your community overwhelmingly voted for in-person instruction. Many willing to take whatever risks necessary. Even your teachers supported in-person instruction. How can D158 make this decision without considering any mental health statistics? Can you provide me with the data you used to evaluate the negative effects on children's health because of this? Okay, next is from Christina Fuller. Hi, I understand why this is being changed, but I have to say I'm very disappointed. Our child has an IEP and has special needs, and he does great at school. It's good for his development. We were in the group that didn't receive the first email announcement until 2 days later and were given 4 days to make a hard decision, 100% remote or 100% in person. I was a wreck all week thinking about it. We opted for in-person after much debate and thinking about all circumstances. We had his bus info ready, his plan to go to daycare after all set. Now this 100% remote update throws a huge wrench in the plan, not to mention more mental stress about how we're going to make this work. My husband and I both work full-time and cannot find the bandwidth in our day to also be a tutor. Our son was supposed to attend the 5-hour program this year instead of 2.5, by the way. Will he be forced to only do 2.5 hours now, or what happens with that? what happens with his IEP. He has hearing loss, and the school has the DM equipment that he needs in order to learn, and it was working well for him. He won't learn as well at home. I would appreciate it if the district would take myself and others into this situation who have kids with IEPs and special needs to keep 100% in-person learning an option. I don't want a hybrid model. I want 100% in-person, and I think the risk will be lower with less kids attending. Please reconsider the in-person method for those that have IEPs and request in-person. Thank you. Next is from Heather Stone. Hello, can you please let the community know how many families or students had decided to do in-person learning before the decision was made to go full remote? What percentage of students were planning on returning to school? Thank you. Next is from Monica Patel. Upon reading the email from the district regarding the new change to e-learning has made me question how teachers will teach. What is meant by saying teachers able to work from the classroom will teach from the classroom? How is it decided if a teacher is able to work from school? My concern is that teachers will opt to teach from home to cover their own personal childcare needs, and the quality of the lesson will suffer when compared to teachers teaching from the classroom. Who is going to monitor those teachers who teach from home and hold them accountable? Like many residents, we pay taxes, which cover salaries of teachers, and we want the best quality of teaching if we are forced to e-learn. Next is from Jane Cantor. Kudos to all the folks that were able to revisit initial decisions and recognize the need to protect our community from further transmission of COVID-19. I do not envy any of the stakeholders that will have to adjust to these changes. Best wishes for this school year. Next is from Kim Feckety. Good evening. With the state of where we are in terms of health and ever-changing guidelines, I want to commend the district for choosing safety first for all. With the climbing numbers and ever-changing conditions, this was 100% the right decision. Keeping the kids and staff safe is and always should be the number one priority. This new plan shows the community the district is taking everything seriously and looking out for everyone. No one could have predicted being in the middle of a pandemic, and navigating this new territory is very difficult. Thank you, Dr. Rowe and staff, for keeping the kids and staff safe by choosing to start the year remote. Many parents are behind you in this decision. Thank you again for putting safety first. Next is from Jessica Bridges. Will registration fees be waived since there will be no in-person learning? Other districts have waived their fees considering the burden placed on the families. And final is from Una Holmberg. Hi, I am a nurse at a local hospital and have worked through this entire pandemic. I am curious how the decision to reopen was reversed. With the exception of possibly K6 being revised to hybrid, I felt the reopening plan seemed to follow all current CDC safety guidelines: masks, social distancing, and limited number of students in building. The scientific data thus far does not support this age group is a high-risk group for infection, transmission, or serious illness if infected. This is not March, and much has been learned about this virus over the months. Hospitals have revised our processes accordingly based on the science. This is not to say that any children or staff who are immunocompromised or high risk should not be remote. Thank you. And that is all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Armstrong, for reading that. We have one more public comment that'll be made, and Mr. Brad Aney, who is remote, who represents the Huntley Education Association and their executive board, is going to read a statement that he's prepared for us tonight. So, Brad, are you able to communicate with us? Good?
Yeah, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. First of all, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to speak. For those of you that do not know me, my name is Brad Aney, and I am here as president of the certified staff of the Huntley Education Association. Sorry I could not be there in person tonight, but I am currently visiting family in Louisville, Kentucky. I plan on being available throughout the board meeting for any questions that might arise on the modified plan presented by Dr. Rowe, but also wanted to make this statement on behalf of the executive board of the HEA. Good evening, District 158 board members. First, we would like to thank Dr. Rowe and the District 158 cabinet for including the HEA executive board at the table in the 2020-2021 return to school plans. We continue to believe that Huntley Community School District 158 provides the highest quality of education to our students through the close collaboration and positive relationships between District 158 admin and union leadership. The executive board of the Huntley Education Association has looked at multiple factors that we believe influence the majority of our members' views on starting the school year in a modified remote setting. First, within the last week, the number of COVID cases in Henry County have been consistently increasing, causing more concern amongst membership of a potential outbreak if students and staff were to congregate in each of the buildings under the original plan. Second, since Dr. Rowe presented the plan of the Board of Education a few weeks back, multiple districts throughout the area have decided to prioritize safety of their students and staff by listening to health experts and starting their school years in remote learning. Third, the HEA believes that maintaining the governor's mandate of 6 feet social distancing will remain difficult to accomplish outside the classroom, on buses, and in social settings like before school and while in the hallways. Finally, according to the Kaiser Health News, in a recent study, it has been discovered that kids 10 and under spread COVID as effectively as adults. Having identified all of those factors, during last week, the HEA collaborated with District 158 administration to create a modified learning plan that emphasizes limited in-person experiences for those students that need it the most. We as educators remain committed to providing the highest level of education to students of District 158, regardless of the scenario that COVID presents. I speak on behalf of the entire certified staff when I tell you there is nothing more than that we want than to go back to a normal in-person class settings in a safe educational setting. We believe a return to a full in-person instruction may become more of a possibility when either a vaccine or FDA-approved medication becomes available or under certain following circumstances. If COVID cases in the state of Illinois are declining for an extended period of time, when a majority of staff members feel like there are safety precautions, such as the defined District 158 face mask policy with defined levels of consequences for those that violate them, a detailed daily screening of students and staff entering the building, and a social distancing plan to ensure at least 6 feet distance when possible in both the classroom and common areas such as the hallways and on buses. All of these measures not only guarantee the safety of all students always, but also provide the necessary protections for those certified staff members that will be on the front lines within each of the buildings of the Huntley District 58. Once again, the HEA stands behind the plan that Dr. Rowe and the district administration will be presenting tonight. It not only contains a foundation of remote learning that will provide our students with a high-quality education, but also allows for a limited in-person interaction for those students who need the necessary academic and social emotional supports to have a successful educational experience. We have no doubt that this plan is innovative and forward-thinking while keeping our students and staff safe throughout this pandemic. We look forward to continue to collaborate with the district administration to provide the highest level of education possible while also meeting the differentiated needs of all students always. Thank you for your time. Brad.
Okay, appreciate it very much. Thank you for taking the time while you're away from the district, Brad, on that. So that is the end of public comment. We're on to item 4, which is Curriculum and Instruction Committee. Mr. Guerin, you are the chair.
All right, 4.1 is the Student Handbook Additional Language Memo. Ms. Lombard?
I'm way earlier than normal on the agenda, so what you'll see there is a memo. I did not put the whole, all 3 student handbooks in there. What we're recommending is language that would be added to the health section. It ties with what the ISBE guidelines are for wearing face masks, and kind of, we didn't leave it vague, but we said that it would tie with those guidelines just in case those guidelines did change, but that expectation is that all students and staff members would be wearing face masks while they were there, even if within the 6 feet inside. The other piece that we did talk about was that the face masks would also be in compliance with the language that's already written in the handbook in the clothing section. So if something is not allowed on a T-shirt, it wouldn't be allowed on a face mask. And so those things did come from recommendations after writing those with our legal. So it's been reviewed, and we do feel that if things change, we wouldn't need to bring that back. But then those would also be communicated to students and parents on a regular basis. So the language is in there, and again, we would just go ahead and recommend that at the next board meeting that be approved so that we could go ahead and add that into the student handbooks. All those are electronic, so nothing would need to be reprinted or anything like that. Any questions?
Just a quick question on, there's really no like sunsetting of the clause. If something were to dramatically improve before the school year's out, is that kind of what was the thought of not having kind of a
Sure.
an end clause in there?
Yeah, and that was kind of the part where it was in accordance with the guidelines from ISBE or CDC. So that was similar to what we had done previously in the spring, where it talked about temperatures. We said in the past it used to be 24 hours, but we knew that things were probably at that time going to change to the 72 hours. We left that, I wouldn't say vague, but open-ended, so that as those changes happened, we do believe that there will be some probably fluidity to all those kind of guidelines throughout the year. And so the temperatures is a perfect example of that. The CDC has now gone back and recommended that it's only a 24-hour, not a 72 hours, but that could change again.
Okay.
So the same thing with the face masks, it's in there. Say next year, or something drastic happens and it's going to not be required at all, we would bring that back to remove that out of the handbook. But right now that gives that flexibility. So if there are small changes to that about the distance or the
Right,
length
right.
of time, that we would go ahead. The more important part is we need to make sure that we're communicating any of those changes on a regular basis to our students and to our staff and parents as well.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments?
I have one question.
Sure.
So does this then become a discipline issue? Does this then give teachers or building staff more authority to mandate? I mean, it's kind of stated in here that it's mandated. Does this then give a little bit more oomph to that statement if a student is pushing that limit or refusing?
Yeah, I would, anything that's written in there, all students and parents are supposed to, they sign off that they acknowledge that they've read that, whether they've read that or not, that they are aware of those things. Well, this is school code, it's guidelines coming down from the state. Whether it was in there or not, it still needs to abide by that, but that, the way you say, gives it a little bit more oomph, and that reminder, we really felt that it needed to go in the handbook for that purpose.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I do have a question or comment. So, this is policy, that's fine. You heard Brad Aney mention one of the concerns of the teachers would be enforcement of the policy. You don't necessarily enumerate enforcement in the policy itself. Do we have any idea what our enforcement policy was going to be with this policy?
Yeah, so this being in the handbook is actually not policy. It is the guidelines and the procedures that we will be doing.
Okay.
So with that, anytime you think about discipline, it is on a case-by-case situation, whether it's any discipline, not wearing their lanyards, profanity. We know that at different levels there may be things with inappropriate things on clothing, things like that. We look at those on a case-by-case situation. We do know that this is a health risk. This is something for all of the safety of every individual that's in there. And so we'll use Julie for an example. If Mrs. Stock was not, wearing her mask in the hallway or in the classroom, or she was constantly playing with that, as a teacher, we would expect that first time to be having that conversation, really setting the stage with her and the whole class and the school about why we're doing that. Kids, we know that people are going to struggle with this a little bit. It's new for all of us. It's especially new for children. But I think, our kids, when they're in the building, many of them want to be in the building. If they understand why it's important and how their actions impact others, they're going to make sure that they're doing that. They have to have that understanding first. So we're going to give that reminder. On that second one, I may not need a second reminder. As we talked about, there may be, students that have special needs. There might be something with that second time. It might still be a conversation. For another student, it might not be that conversation. They may be removed from the classroom. They may have that phone call home where they are being sent home. So that progressive is what we're going to do, but it being laid out, every situation is a little bit different with that. And so we can't give it, as they're asking for, that definitive. First time it's this, second time it's that. But we do know it's a health and safety risk, and for those who can't or won't follow that, they would be asked to be in remote learning, and we do have that authority to be able to say they can't be in person, and that remote learning would be what we would recommend. So this is not something that we would say, you're getting 16 chances or something like that.
Correct.
We would take it very seriously, but would like to see if we could rectify that with especially our younger students by having those conversations or modeling and doing that before it would be, all right, you're automatically to the remote learning.
We've had ongoing discussions about whether a formal district board policy was necessary. We felt that given the fact that it was a Illinois State Board of Education mandate, a school board policy was not necessary, given that all schools in the state of Illinois were mandated to wear a mask, and that a handbook practice or procedure was sufficient, given that we all have to live under that mandate. We certainly can bring a board policy at any given point. We would have to then consider when, as Mr. Gentry mentioned earlier, when that would sunset, and probably revisit that every 6 months, if not every year, hoping that someday we don't live under this mask mandate by the State Board of Education when we are kind of past the worst of this pandemic. It's certainly something that we can entertain. I don't necessarily know that I think it's necessary, given we have the coverage of the Illinois State Board of Education mandate, but it's certainly not out of the question.
I don't think you guys, you're on the policy committee, I don't think that's what those guys would be looking for. I'm more ultimately concerned about the enforcement, because I think that's certainly a significant issue that exists with the teachers if ultimately when we do come back with in-person or modified in-person, whatever it is, the how that's going to be monitored, and because I think that's just a really big deal for them.
I agree with you, and as you know, Mr. Aney and I had conversation over the last couple of weeks, and I don't think Ms. Lombard touched on, obviously the approach from our building level administrators is different depending on the level. A conversation for a second or third grader who may be struggling with it will be very different than a 10th or 11th grader who is not seemingly struggling with wearing a mask, because understanding what is expected of you in the learning environment and your ability to comply with the expectations are different at those levels. And so that the rope in terms of a warning and then remote learning would be very short at that point.
I'm done hijacking this.
Any other questions? Okay, then I'll recommend we move that forward to the next meeting. And we will move on to 4.2, the Return to School Modified Remote Learning Plan. Dr. Rowe.
All right. Thank you. I'd like to begin this presentation this evening with an acknowledgement to all of our families and community members. I'd like to acknowledge that the plan that I'm about to walk you through is without a doubt Plan B, or really Plan C. As a district, we would love nothing more than to welcome all of our students back to our schools in a few weeks, with full access to the large menu of learning opportunities we traditionally provide, and full access to our incredible staff members. We knew months ago that sadly, that would not be our reality. With the continued scourge of the COVID-19 pandemic, we look to our state and federal leaders for direction in the hopes of welcoming students back in person in some form. After months of work, thousands of hours of staff time, and substantial financial and emotional investment, we were utterly deflated by the realization that we had virtually every neighboring district had come to, that we simply are not able to pull off the impossible. But as disappointing as this is to our entire staff, we know that the ramifications of this reality go far deeper for our community. We knew beforehand that shifting to a remote learning model would cause substantial hardship for many families. That's why we overturned every stone in our efforts to get back to our buildings. For some, it will mean a parent is kept from fully participating in their professional work so they can stay at home with a young student. For some, it will cause financial hardship. For some, it will disrupt family structures, cause complications in lifestyle, or add stress to an already full plate. We knew this beforehand, and we have heard as much from our families who have contacted us over the last several days. We understand and acknowledge these hardships, and we will continue to work as hard as we can to minimize them. We wish it weren't this way, but in these times, safety must remain our top priority. As truly painful as these ramifications are, they do not match the pain that our entire community would feel after the death of just one teacher or staff or student or family member caused by infection spread within our schools. And the reality we face as a district, as protector of our students and staff, in that the chance of potentially lethal transmission of this illness within our schools is simply too high. That is even after taking into consideration the top-to-bottom changes called for in our initial plans. I know that as a leadership team and as a district, we have taken heart that the modified remote learning plan I'm about to present to you tonight is strong. It will provide our students with the learning experiences they need to grow and achieve, and it will carry us all forward until the time we can get back to our preferred reality again. I ask everyone, the board members here tonight, our staff, our community members, and especially our parents and guardians, to join with us in ensuring that this modified remote learning plan succeeds to its greatest potential. As a district, we've taken it all in, all the feedback, the criticisms, the questions, the praise and thanks, and we have poured ourselves into this plan. It is a good plan. It is a strong plan, and it will be made even stronger when we all come together to maximize its potential and minimize its shortcomings. A huge part of our students' success in this new environment will be the attitude they bring to their virtual classes each day. And while it is our job as educators to shape the content and delivery of those classes, it is the job of all of us to help shape our students' attitudes towards school, which is what this is. This is school, and together we can make it great. So we'll go back a little bit in time, and let me give you some background and walk you through the decision-making process. And then I will walk you through what Remote Learning 2.0 looks like. Then I will define and show the schedules and the different schedules at the varying levels, as well as why we chose the word modified in terms of what modified remote learning is. In the middle of the presentation, I take the approach of comparing 1.0, meaning the spring of 2020, to 2.0, thinking that would be the easiest way to understand where the major differences were, really hitting on the shortcomings and the struggle points that we knew from the Band-Aid session from March through May to our new reality. So as I said in our last presentation, our planning efforts began in May, and the future was truly unknown. And for all of those that may be watching online, we will post this if it's not already posted. It is already posted for you to share it on Facebook if you're interested in following along while I present. I know that was a challenge last time. Please follow along while I present this evening. Our planning efforts began in May when things were truly unknown. Hopes of returning to some form of face-to-face instruction on a daily basis was our priority. We knew from the onset the state's guidance would hold prominence. And ISBE's guidance led us, as we, the much anticipated June 23rd guidance, that massive document that focused on in-person instruction. We took that and ran with it. There were wide-ranging implications on school operations, facilities, and instructions but in-person instruction was where it was focused, that aligned with where our philosophies were, what we felt was most important for our students. And we dove in. We aimed for the vision of in-person instruction that we shared with the state. Some items gave us pause and caused us to question whether they were truly possible, but we recognized that it was still early in the summer, and we deferred to the larger health organizations with the expectation that this guidance would be clarified over the summer, and that further clarification and modification of the future would guide us to the start of the school year. And we were highly motivated to solve this problem and overcome this challenge and defy the expectations that some had that we just couldn't get this done because we believe that our students need to be in school. So what changed? The guidance from different levels continued to conflict and did not offer that clarification that we needed. Some of the examples, the 50% occupancy. Those of you that know our school buildings well, we have a 55,000 square foot field house that could house 50 people. Could not be divided by the dividers that we have, 50 people. A hallway, the health hallway at the high school, maybe the smallest hallway in the entire district, could also house 50 people. A classroom, 700 square feet, could fit 50 people technically. It would be very uncomfortable, but technically it fits those same guidelines. Because in a classroom, the state says social distance as best you can. Now, I'm being extreme in some of those examples, but to prove my point that there were some contradictions. The plexiglass dividers in the cafeteria, for instance. You can have a plexiglass divider, the most recent, that had to be floor to ceiling in the cafeteria where 6 feet of separation was mandated in the cafeteria. You could not sit with closer than 6 feet in the cafeteria while eating, and plexiglass from floor to ceiling was required. Yet in a classroom where you did not have to have 6 feet of separation by the state guidelines, you could eat a snack and take your mask off. I understand it, but the guidelines also left us with some concern. The spacing requirements, the mask enforcement policies, as much as as we'd like to think that our students would be able to adapt and handle the masks, we recognize it would not be a perfect situation, and that some of our students from the youngest to the oldest would struggle with it. The face shields. It seems logical that if a student struggles with a mask and can wear a face shield, it's better than nothing. Yet it was allowed. We ordered them, and then after we had placed the order, we were told the face shields were no longer allowed in schools whatsoever as a replacement for a mask. The symptom and self-screening procedures was maybe my most frustrating point. Initially, we received legal guidance that an annual screener was going to be allowed. A parent could sign the waiver at the beginning of the school year saying, I certify that I will not send my child to school if they have a 100.4 or greater temperature or they have any of these symptoms. It seems logical. I acknowledge these are the guidelines in which I will not send my child to school if they have any of these symptoms. I, as parent, am responsible for my child. I will not send them to school with these guidelines. And then that changed. And then students could self-certify. Okay? We'll have students self-certify each day. Well, then students couldn't self-certify any longer, and now no one under the age of 18 could self-certify whatsoever, and parents had to self-certify every single day. Now think about your high school students. Did your high school students ever come to school before you got up in the morning? I can guarantee that a lot of our parents are still in bed when their high school students are out the door at 6:15 or 6:30 in the morning on their way to school. And we can't guarantee that that would be done. And imagine the nightmare of chasing that down, of our students being in the building potentially without that daily self-certification. We would do our best to accommodate that and meet it, but it was going to be one of those nightmare obstacles that we didn't have a great solution. And again, that moving target kept moving away from us. And the HR policies about how to manage a quarantine situation or the contact tracing that I'll go into a little bit more detail later was becoming more and more scary as we never got good answers as to how we could track it. And that really becomes one of our biggest issues. And not even our public health agencies have a full understanding. Meaning, we would ask for help from the McHenry County Department of Health if we had a question. And if they didn't have a good answer, which is understandable, and this is not to point fingers at any of our agencies. This is the understanding of the virus that is in America 6 or 7 months old continues to evolve. They would then seek guidance from the Illinois Department of Public Health. And when they didn't have an answer, they would seek guidance from the federal level. And when we couldn't get a clear answer, and we began to worry, how can we justifiably bring our students and staff back in the building when the medical experts are having a difficult time giving us clear guidance? And then the remote option did not sufficiently reduce the numbers in the building. We have one of our public commenters ask about the percentages in the building. And if that interests you, I can share that publicly tonight. I have it. I can do that right now, as a matter of fact. You know, in a lot of our grades, the numbers were pretty good, but some of them did stand out. Chesapeake as a whole, I'll just go school by school, varying by grade level would take some time. But Chesapeake as a school, 27% opted for remote. Conley as a school, 30% opted for remote. Heinemann as a school, 24%. Huntley High School, this was one of the big standouts as why this became a challenge. 19.8% opted for remote. We were estimating 40% of the high school would go for remote. So now we're talking about 1,250 students each day flowing in and out of the high school in a hybrid model, which the high school was one of our, Mr. Aney's communication with us was the building leading the charge in terms of the staff being uncomfortable coming back. And I think that had a lot to do with it in terms of the number of students, as they were going to see half of their students each day. So in a 2-day period, they were still going to see 2,400 students. And I think the uncertainty of the masks in the hallways and the congregating of teenagers, they never felt really comfortable with that. Legee, 27% opted for remote, 33 at McCabe. Marlowe, 22% opted for remote, which really negatively impacted our 6th grade numbers. In Marlowe's 6th grade class, which we intended to be fully in person, as well as Heinemann's number was a little low. Martin, 31% opted for remote as well. So our elementary numbers were pretty strong in terms of being remote. But why we put this bullet here in terms of the remote option did not sufficiently reduce the in-building population. The way the numbers came out, we pulled out individual teachers to be tied to those remote sections. And the way the numbers fell, how many teachers we had to pull from in-person sections to teach the remote sections didn't allow us to drop the class size as much as we expected it to happen, because we still have to provide appropriate class size in our remote setting as well. We can't give a teacher 35 students in a remote setting just because they're not in a classroom. We have, we can't do that to not only the students because of the attention the teachers need to give, but then also our teachers in terms of students they need to manage. So we came up with a lot of options, and we worked with our unions on an extension of the hybrid model. We actually changed our entire plan, and before we made this decision, we were on the verge of going public with that plan, where we were going to change 6th grade to a hybrid model that would have had 6th grade attending every other day. We were on the verge of reassigning 43 of our certified support staff at the elementary level, meaning our instructional coaches. We were going to pause the Explore program and put those teachers back into a regular classroom. We were going to reassign some of our RTI facilitators. We were going to reassign some of our math instructional support for interventionists. And in doing so, we would have achieved class sizes in the mid-teens, kindergarten through 12th grade. And we were extremely excited about that. But what that did not accomplish is it didn't accomplish the flow of students in and out of the buildings, 6 through 12, that would have still been hundreds and then 1,250 every day at the high school, and still would have been 600 plus at really at Marlowe. And then in some of our elementaries, it still would have been 500, 600, 700 kids each day. But it also, we couldn't get 6 feet guaranteed in every single classroom. We had it in most classrooms, but not guaranteed in every classroom. And not that was it's always been our goal, and not that it had to happen, but it was one of the goals we were striving for. But we also recognize that making these changes would have been detrimental on the effect and the quality of those supports that we were taking away. The Explore program is fantastic. We're talking about taking away RTI services from some of our neediest students to reduce class size. We wouldn't have done it completely, but taking some away is still taking some supports away. Taking away the instructional coaches, we would feel that. Our teachers, that's a lot of the support in terms of the remote support that they have received in the spring and are going to receive this fall in teaching in a new form, and a new modality that they don't have a ton of experience in teaching from. That's where that support is coming from. So it would have had a detrimental effect. And it still wouldn't have completely solved the problem. So those numerous challenges, implementing the guidance as we understood it, ultimately supported us heading this direction. And then clarifying conversations with the McHenry County COVID Task Force, our unions and other area districts. And we'll start with the county task force. Ms. Lombard sits on this task force. And it's a weekly conversation with the McHenry County Department of Public Health and a representative from every school district in the county. And recently, within a week, that the McHenry County Department of Public Health informed this task force that the 50 student occupancy on our school buses, that was one of the mandates. Remember, the mandates that came down in the ISB guidance in June was you must wear a mask and buses can have no more than 50 students per bus. And 50 students per bus, although it's the maximum, that there's no way to accomplish 6 feet of social distance on a bus if you max it out at 50 students. And given the size of our school district and the size of our fleet, we wouldn't be able to bring even the numbers that we got at about 55 or 56% of our students that opted for using our transportation in the survey. Although we wouldn't have 50 students on every bus, we still wouldn't be able to accomplish 6 feet on every bus. But if you had 50 students on a bus, they told us if you can't guarantee 6 feet of separation on a bus and a student tests positive for COVID, the entire bus and the bus driver will be quarantined for 14 days. So now now we come into the contact tracing issue that I outlined a little earlier. Imagine this, 40 students on a bus, and they're not 6 feet apart. They now enter an elementary classroom. They're not all in the same class. Now we're talking 25 to 30 different classrooms. How many students are within 6 feet of them? How many students do they interact with in the hallway? How many students? And so now our nurses who are in charge of the contact tracing have to interview all of those students in a quarantine state. Who have they been in contact with in the last 48 hours? So now we're looking at shutting down an entire school because of one bus. And the manpower and the ability of tracing all of that back, how frequently would that happen? That in itself almost scared us to the point of, can we actually do this? And I never really got a good answer of contact tracing in schools. And I personally think that's one of the reasons why we've seen so many schools in the suburbs topple and go remote, is because of that bus situation, but then also because of the contact tracing. Our unions, Mr. Aney expressed their concern, and as you know, the Huntley Education Association did submit their formal request that we go remote and made their voice known. As he said, so do we. We value our collaboration and appreciate the relationship that we have with them. We have to take our staff's feelings into account in terms of their working environment as well as our students. Although our students are obviously our priority, but at the same time, we do have 1,600 staff members that we have to consider. So that of course weighs into the decision. And then other area districts. And what does other area districts mean? We're not making our decision because other area districts close. However, on a weekly basis, I do have collaboration phone calls with all of the McHenry County superintendents, as well as another call with the other large unit district association districts that we compare ourselves to on a weekly basis. And we spend our time trying to answer those questions that we're not getting great guidance from ISB or our county health departments to see if anyone's coming up with solutions to solve the contact tracing problem or the health screening problem. or spacing in the classroom and plexiglass in the cafeterias and how we're accomplishing that. And none of them are answering those questions either. And so in those collaborations, when none of us are answering those questions, and you put all those things together, that led us to this conclusion. And then moving on. Quarantine and contact tracing, as I mentioned, pointed the likelihood of those forced closures and shifting to remote. Had we been forced to close and go remote on a very short time frame, this is, of course, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, very difficult on our families, and we recognize that, and it's very hard on us to ask our families and to do this again. But waiting until we're told a week into school and shifting on a dime and having to make that call with a day or 2 days notice, we wanted to kind of take that control ourselves, knowing that it's coming, and we're not confident we can manage this given what I've just laid out. And then a forced move to go remote leads to inequities. So had we been in a situation where we had students in classrooms of 15, like I said, the students that had opted for remote would be in classes of 25 to 30. And then we go remote, those students are still in classes of 25 to 30, and all those other students are in classes of 15. There are certain inequities. We pride ourselves on having amazing class sizes in this district, and we have great class sizes from kindergarten all the way through 12th grade. A couple bubbles here and there, but by and large, our class sizes are fantastic in this school district. And we didn't want we don't feel good about some of our students who opted to go remote to not be in the school, to then be penalized when we're forced to go remote and have a larger class size and less attention than those students who tried to go in person, and then when we were forced to go remote, had a smaller group to work with. As Mr. Annie pointed out, the staff concerns over class sizes, which we feel we addressed. The PPE and cleaning, staff shared some concerns about, especially at the secondary level, cleaning classrooms in between class periods. No school has the custodial manpower to clean a classroom in between a class period at the secondary level, especially given the fact that through Mr. Rinkosic's research and his team's studying, we've learned that to truly kill COVID-19, you treat the surfaces, and it has to sit for 15 minutes before you wipe down. So all of our classrooms and our staff were going to have the appropriate cleaning supplies if they wanted to wipe down their desks and surfaces in between use. They had all of that available to them, but they weren't going, we don't have 15 minutes between all the class periods, even if they wanted to do it themselves. And then mask enforcement, we knew that was going to be something we were going to be chasing. It was one of those fights we were willing to tackle because it was worth being in school. However, as I said, our staff shared that concern with us. And then I mentioned no one had the answers from the other districts. And then when weighing the likely outcome of a forced closure, the possible outcome of potential death, but then more likely the multiple quarantines, the best possible outcome of some strong in-person learning before the forced closure, unfortunately, for us, the risks just outweighed those rewards, and we elected to make this move. So with that, as a district, as we transition into what will this plan look like, we take heart that our efforts did not fail. We did not fail to produce a plan that was the best possible scenario under the current conditions. Unfortunately, it's just clear now that the best possible just wasn't good enough in terms of safety. That's hard to say out loud, but it just wasn't good enough in terms of safety. And as a community, we can take all the heart and the knowledge that our remote learning plan is strong, and it will provide our students with instruction that is carefully planned, based in best practice, and is aligned with learning standards for all students. And I think that what you see is so different from what we experienced in the spring that we can be confident in the experience that our students will have, and know that not only will our teachers, but our administrative team will work tirelessly to ensure that every student is taken care of. So, remote learning 2.0. During 1920, all districts obviously closed for that remote learning period. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, this was a Band-Aid. We closed for a week, and then it was going to be our spring break. And then the governor extended that for 2 more weeks. And we thought we might be coming back. And then he extended it for another month. And so we were incrementally just inching along, and it was a Band-Aid, and then another Band-Aid, and eventually a gauze pad, and then we were wrapping ourselves with tape just to trying to get to the end of the school year. Now we have a comprehensive plan that looks totally different. So for this school year, the concrete improvements that we've put in place will reflect changes of a more structured guidance from ISB, demonstrates improvement from student engagement to social emotional learning safety net, includes accountability systems for grading and attendance, which were sorely lacking in the spring. It's based on a structured school schedule, which came through loud and clear from our families in the survey from the spring. It's embedded with personalization and learning for students and success. And then it's structured on learning schedules to maximize that remote learning. Like our traditional instruction, it's based on the tenets of personalized learning. And just to give a little snapshot, remind you of some of the 4 key components of personalized learning, that is student agency, meaning students will be self-motivated by their mastery. And the goal being that they monitor their own progress, they own their learning, and advocate for their needs. They have pace and place. They exert more control related to the pace at which they work, as well as the physical environment of their learning. They have a greater choice in timing and some of their learning activities. They have voice and choice. They have more control over the how of their learning, choices for learning process, and demonstrating that mastery of learning. And then relationships and connections, students will operate with more independence as co-designers. Families will engage more deeply in learning, and connections will be built on a shared commitment of success. So that's ultimately our goal, and we'll work towards building towards that. So this is the point that I shared. We'll start comparing spring to our what will be our current reality. So spring, in terms of student workflow, students' assignments were communicated by 9 a.m. daily. This fall, there will be a monthly calendar, and weekly plans will be laid out and shared the Friday before the ensuing week, and any updates will be made by 8 a.m. on the day that learning will take place. Instruction, classes were encouraged in the spring to provide synchronous, meaning real-time instruction. All classes provided asynchronous, meaning online work, or worksheets or interactive work that was not necessarily live instruction, learning activities. In this fall, we will have synchronous, meaning real-time instruction will be required at preschool 4 to 5 times a week, elementary 8 to 10 times at minimum per week, at the secondary level 6 through 12, 2+ times per week per period, and then we will be recording those class periods where live instruction takes place. Now that won't necessarily mean a class discussion or a class activity, but anytime a teacher is delivering a lesson, maybe a book read aloud or a lecture of some sort, that can be recorded because we recognize that if a student is sick or a student can't attend a session because of some conflict, we want them to have access to the instruction side of things. And then all classroom we provided with improved asynchronous learning activities. Attendance. In the spring, ISB's guidance was to focus on engagement in learning rather than accounting for attendance. In the fall, this coming fall, attendance will be recorded daily for early childhood and elementary, and each period for secondary students. Students will be accountable for attending. Grading. In the spring, ISB's guidance, hold harmless. Students engaged in remote learning, they could not have their grade dropped and issued incompletes instead of Fs. We're very happy that in the fall that we get to control our grading and live things up to the Huntley standards. Typical grading protocols for the level, building and subject area will be implemented. Students will be accountable for their work, and we will focus on this last bullet's really important. We're going to focus will continue on providing students with timely and specific feedback on their learning. And this is an area of growth for us, and I do recognize that, but it will be an area of emphasis because if I mention personalized learning and I mention mastery, that goes hand in hand in timely, actionable feedback. And especially in a remote environment, that timely, actionable feedback is going to be really, really important. Because if a student's going to make adjustments, they have to hear where they need to make those adjustments really, really quickly, especially if it's done virtually. So that's going to be an area that our teachers will hear a lot of emphasis from administrators and instructional coaches. Intervention services in the spring. The response to intervention was piloted in the emergency remote setting. In the fall, this will be systematized and will be fully reliable. Interventions will be delivered remotely, and when possible, interventions will begin in small groups. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. The daily work schedules. Classroom teachers set their own schedules for the day in the spring, communicating individually for their students. This was an area where we were trying to be flexible, not knowing what was going on in the homes of our students and our families and what challenges they faced shifting from school to home, as well as our teachers shifting from a workplace to home. And that flexibility caused unintended problems, where over flexibility may have caused competing interests. I think Ms. Maiorino shared an example of two different classes scheduling the Zoom at the same time. That is, pre-K and elementary classroom will follow a blocked, structured daily schedule, and secondary classes will follow their daily bell schedule. For synchronous instruction, that will not be a problem. It came through loud and clear in our surveys from families that although some of our high school students valued the asynchronous side of things, where they could maybe work their part-time job during the day and tackle their work at night in the asynchronous fashion, their families very much valued the schedule during the day so that they could connect with their teachers live and follow their routines. So that will be coming back. So this graphic kind of gives you a snapshot of what the elementary day will be made up of. The inquiry workshop, we tackle social studies, science, and social emotional learning oftentimes through literacy. So that literacy inquiry workshop will be 90 to 120 minutes a day. The math workshop, again, 90 to 120 minutes every day. Half an hour to an hour every single day of 1 to 2 specials will take place. And then there will be a daily check-in every morning to start the day at the elementary, Zooming with their teacher, classroom circle, check in on how everyone's doing. This is when attendance will be taken, as well as just kind of checking the space, making sure everyone's doing okay and is ready and focused to learn. We'll continue to, we'll use Otis more. We'll take another step with Otis, using Otis as our learning management system for pushing out the learning activities. So what the elementary schedule will look like. It will be much more detailed than this when it's in its final stages. Again, this is still the sample, but the synchronous real-time instruction and some asynchronous core instruction will take place. That morning check-in will begin at 8:30. Literacy workshop and word study and math will happen in that morning session, but from 8:30 to 1:30 you can expect a lot of the live instruction as well as some recess and lunch. So when I say recess, meaning just breaks. You can probably expect, we've been kind of having some internal conversations, hoping to even provide some physical activities and suggestions for kids. Hey, it's time to take a break. Maybe think about doing this, or here's some activity to do, take a break from the screen. But also at lunch being in there. And then in the afternoon when specials, some additional core support, maybe some of our small group work to advance the individual skills and the personalized time that the students need. And then office hours for teachers if they need to meet one-on-one with the student to advance a skill, or meeting with the parent, or planning time. But again, they will be slightly adjusted building by building, and there will be much more detail about when specific things will be taking place that will be pushed out to our families by individual schools as we get a little bit closer to the school year. In the middle school and the high school, things are going to be very different. They're going to operate in a block schedule, and that's very different for us. They will receive all of their scheduled courses, but it will be implemented in, as I said, a block schedule to maximize instructional effectiveness and minimize that student stress. They will attend all 9 periods on Monday to set the stage for the week and offer that foundation of what's going to take place for the week. Teachers can build on the foundational knowledge, set the stage, maybe gain an understanding of the pre-knowledge, maybe what students already know. Are there some things that we can move off to the side because our students know this, and we don't need to already hammer that home? And then on Tuesdays and Thursdays, they would, we've called it period 0 through 4 just for ease in terms of creating the schedule, but essentially it's 4 classes and a lunch each day. But you notice those class periods are not 45 minutes, they're an hour and 15 minutes. So that was going to allow for much more depth of instruction, and you shouldn't expect that the teacher is going to be doing live synchronous instruction for an hour and 15 minutes. There's not going to be an hour, there's not going to be an hour and 15 minutes of lecture. But what there will be, it will be time for a brief lecture maybe, a class activity, breakout groups, and then some small group instruction where the teacher can offer some asynchronous work and meet with different small groups within that class period, and then a reduced amount of nightly homework, and it's not 8 periods or 9 periods of work that the student has to do each day. There's only 4 classes that they have to work on each day, which should be a benefit and something that they can manage a little bit better. And at the high school, it's going to be similar. Again, the block schedule will be implemented. 8 periods a day at the high school. I may go back to the middle school actually really briefly. I should point out here, when you look on the Tuesday, Thursday, there's that advisory lunch. So every Tuesday, Thursday is that advisory. That's where the advisory is an essential component to middle school, where the teachers help students with just some of the life skills and the social emotional learning and how to be successful in middle school, develop some organizational skills, which are keenly important at this age group and severely lacking, usually 11 and 12 and 13-year-olds. And one of those, it's a very important component to what middle school is. So having that twice a week will be really important to not only build some cultural connections to the building, but then also it's a smaller group of usually 15 or 16 kids that meet in that group that they'll be able to work with and just check in on and have a little bit more of a familial environment, hopefully. At the high school level, that 8-period day on Monday will go through all 8 periods, just as I said for the middle school. Each Monday will be a late start at the high school to allow the teachers their late start PLC time. We were moving to that weekly late start anyway this year. It's typically a Wednesday late start, but given the Monday is going to be the day that they'll have all 8 periods, we'll be doing that on Mondays, and then they'll have 1 through 4 on Tuesday, Thursday, and 5 through 8 on Wednesday, Friday. Again, the class periods are longer, but the same setup. Longer in order to be able to go deeper. A lot of our high school teachers do a good portion of them have experience teaching in a block schedule, because it wasn't too long ago that we had a block schedule in 158. Before my time at the high school, but probably less than 10 years ago, I would guess. So there's a good percentage of them that do have experience teaching in this way. I've taught in a block schedule at the high school before, and it can be challenging, but there's also some really great opportunity to, like I said, to go into great depth, especially with some of the great topics that we offer at HHS. So now the modified side. What does modified remote mean? And you know, we chose to really latch on to this modified component because when we came out a few weeks ago with our in-person learning, in-person was important. In-person's still important. It's still extremely important. And it's really important for our neediest students. And you know, we heard a couple of commenters tonight that specifically touched on our special needs populations. And they're right. Our special needs populations need special attention, and they need more than a general education student. And we have our entire system built around providing that. So on our path towards coming back to in-person learning, we're obviously prioritizing these students as being the first we would like to begin working with in person. So what we want to do is create in-person learning opportunities to maximize that student learning, to create those connections, but then also help advance IEP goals as well as those skill development for our neediest students. And we want to begin priority 1 with our students with special needs. Priority 2, our intervention needs students, meaning our students that are in the tier 3 of our RTI structure. Now, students in the tier 3 of our RTI structure make up about less than 10% of our entire student population. Students with an IEP make up less than 12% of our entire student population. So the first couple of groups we're talking about bringing in for small group make up less than 22% of our entire student population. Not all of them are going to want to come in. So we're talking about very small groups that we're going to dip our toe in to bringing in to work with and advance their high needs to help ensure that they're on track. Beyond that, we want to find ways to bring in all students, ideally, in those small groups to work on social emotional learning, the cultural connection, and ensure they know the person that they're working with online, especially our youngest students. But then, of course, in special ed, all of our self-contained classes will also have the opportunity to meet and be coming in regularly. Life skills, light, structured educational settings, SNAP, strategy ed. We have a plan for those self-contained special education programs to begin weekly in-person learning a few days a week, beginning the week of September 13th. So we have that plan ready to go. It's still in finer details, so it wasn't ready for prime time tonight, but those plans are in place and will be communicated with those families as we get a little closer to the school year. Some other things that are still being fine-tuned. They're not finalized, but things that we have spoken with our teachers about, and we're working very closely on some concepts as to how we can make them work, is an early childhood through 6th grade welcome week concept. Again, as I said, having some of our students meet their teacher in very small groups where we can, one, guarantee 6 feet of distance, and two, ensure that safety for all remains at that priority and control that flow that I talked about at the beginning where it wouldn't be an issue. Welcoming students for those face-to-face meetings, building community, learn the technology expectations of our youngest students. We're talking about kindergartners who've never had a Chromebook before. That's a huge challenge. It's a huge challenge for families to think about, my student is not only starting kindergarten, but they don't have a Chromebook. I don't know how to do that. And first graders remembering how to even log on, because it's been all summer since they've logged on to their Chromebook. So receiving some materials, and then some of those assessment screeners. You know, you heard our social emotional learning presentation a few months ago, and we have an initial social emotional learning screener. We have a new assessment platform that's replaced MAP that we approved a couple of months ago, the STAR assessment. We want to start figuring out where our students are so that those interventions can be ready to go by mid-September, and we can start bringing those students in. And at the high school, we'd like to start figuring out how we can support our freshman advisory program with our Link Crew students. I don't know whether that be in person or via remote, but we want to keep that program going. For the cultural connection, Raiderade, student help, and small group reinforcement obviously is still very important. Our high school teachers have an 8-period school day, but they teach 5 periods, have a lunch, a prep, and then a supervision. Well, obviously that supervision period will not need to be assigned in terms of a study hall or hallway supervision or other special duties. So we will do what we did in the spring, which is likely be assigning them each period of the day to be accessible for students for some academic support via Zoom. And students can access content area teachers for help if they have a study hall, whatever period of the day, have access to that live instructional support during the day, which should be a really great help. But we're looking at how we can do those not only remotely, but the expectation exists that if a middle or high school teacher recognizes a student is falling behind or hasn't engaged in 3 or 4 days, or all of a sudden we're 2 weeks in and that student has not turned in any work and is failing, that student is contacted, the parent is contacted, and if a face-to-face needs to happen to get that student caught up, we can do that one-on-one with 6 feet of separation, and that can happen with no students in the building. Or that Zoom is set up with the student and the parent. That's an expectation that should happen immediately. And we have not only from our teachers, but the support is there from our counselors, our deans, and the administration to ensure that our students don't fall behind. And that support is there throughout our entire system. Some of the safety considerations when we talk about small group, I thought it was important to kind of point that out, as we will obviously send out another survey to parents for them to opt in if this is something they're interested in. What we would be doing is we'll be doing a monthly student health certification. We would be sending this out. It would be completed via Google, completed by parents for students that are under 18. Students that are 18 can complete their own, but each month. And it must be completed in order to enter our building. If a student attempts to enter our building without this on file, they will be turned away. Or they will not be scheduled for our small group without this on file, because this is one of the requirements of the ISB and the guidelines that we must follow. So we'll work with this. This will be coming out to families next week to begin that process. We expect to be sending that out each month to each of our families the week before the start of the next month to give them enough time. It takes about 15 to 20 seconds to complete each month. It's a refresher of all of the health guidelines of what you need to be paying attention to. And then it's just an agreement saying that if my student has any of these symptoms, I agree not to send them to school on the day that they would be assigned to go. Then we'll be following, of course, the ISB and IDPH guidelines for the small groups. Masks will be required, as well as regular hand washing and hand sanitizing. Transportation will be available to and from school for those small group sessions when we have those finalized, and we will be maintaining 6 feet of separation for everyone while they're in the buildings. We will not form groups that cannot have that maintained. And then finally, the timeline, because I know everyone's kind of is anxious about, we are very close to the start of school year. It's 2 weeks from tomorrow. The first day of remote attendance for students will be Friday, August 21st. That has not changed. August 19th and 20th are designated for professional development. Last month, I believe, the school board approved the use of 2 remote planning days. So August 19th and 20th do count as student attendance days. They're 2 remote planning days. Our students will not receive any work. They are not expected to do anything. They are professional development days for our staff preparing for the remote start of the school year. The first day of student attendance will be August 21st. There will be plenty of communication coming out to them about that. Families can expect to receive their class assignments. Huntley High School has material pickup things planned and coordinated to begin on the 11th. All of that information will be communicated, and class assignments can be viewed on or by the 11th. And elementary and middle school can view their class assignments on or by the 14th, which is next Friday. And then again, as I said, we're hoping to begin small group opportunities the week of the 14th of September to allow us to transition into remote learning and fully assess those who are in need of that help and build some routines before we bring our students in. And as I said, the families can expect to hear more from us about the small group opportunities as well as a survey if they'd like to just stay remote or opt in, and if they would like to utilize transportation for those small group opportunities next week. And with that, we are happy to take any questions.
Yep, I sure do. I got a list. These are actually, you answered some, but I had a list of questions that the community was asking. So you did answer some of those, so thank you. And I'll just go down these other ones. What are we doing, and it might have been in the presentation, but there was so much information, so I'm sorry if I missed this, but what are we doing for the students that are struggling with mental health at this time? A big part of mental health is actually being present, and sometimes, in person with a counselor or a teacher, or for some kids being at school is their safe place. And we worry about the children that struggle with mental health, and especially in these environments where it might be amplified. So what is our plan for those struggling with mental health?
Sure. Actually, Dr. Slicker, I'll let you talk a little bit about the SEL programs.
Thank you. Yes. So what we've actually done is we've put together kind of like I was going to use the word tiered, but that means something else to us, but a multi-pronged sort of approach to this. So what we know is there's social emotional learning that needs to be embedded, but the mental health support piece is actually, it's a separate step. And it might even be something completely different. A student might be all right in terms of learning basic social emotional concepts, but their mental health and wellness might not be solid, and they might need some support. So we have actually put together, and we did this in the spring, and we're putting together now with some more resources for families from the community. Where can they reach out to? So if anybody needs to access outside help, making that much easier to connect with. Our social workers and our counselors also are going to be stepping up their efforts. As we know, counselors at the high school serve a lot of purposes. We've got our college counseling, we've got all kinds of pieces that are going to help move their students forward in their education. But that mental wellness, groups, social work contact, those are the types of small groups. When Dr. Rowe mentioned that we may have students at the high school be able to come in either small groups or individuals at different times, those are the types of things when we look at prioritizing that we want to make sure that we do for students who need that. And so Dr. Beelan actually at the high school is working through that piece. I will also acknowledge that you're absolutely right. So there's times that a student might not need to talk to their counselor, but if their person that they've connected with is their social studies teacher, having that opportunity to directly interact with that social studies teacher that supports, sometimes it's the teacher from last year, right? And having the access to that person can make all the difference. And so for our high school and middle school students, we do have those supports of counselors and social workers. At the elementary level, we have those classroom teachers which have that closer connection in the sense that they don't have 120 students during the course of the day. They've got that smaller class size. But we also do, again, have our social workers, our building administrators as well, reach out directly to families. And so we have that sort of multi-layered supports. When we, and we're putting it together in sort of a separate plan outside of what you heard us, just sort of the basic comparison, because we do think that the supports for social emotional learning, response to intervention, and really linking those two, trauma-informed instruction. There's a whole training piece for our staff that we are working on with that. Actually, all of our administrators got trained on trauma-informed approaches. Was it just yesterday, I think, right? Wednesday? We all went through and very, very informative, and we really felt this year was most important for that. So the plans will be coming forward in terms of being more concrete, but in terms of a general description of the approach, those are all the areas that we're really honing. I'll also say in this area, it's one that the needs change. And so we want to be sure that we are looking at monitoring them and making sure that something that was needed at the beginning of the year, it might change if this goes on, how the year progresses. And so making sure that we have that flexible approach and we can be agile and really deploy our resources where they're needed.
So an example of maybe monitoring would be students not engaging and then it's not responding to, maybe they've just not attended class for a week, a couple of days, a few days a week, and they're not turning in work. They're not responding to the teacher has a bad vibe. Dean or assistant principal is not really getting the feedback, not having luck, getting in touch with the student. That dean or middle school assistant principal and the resource officer may just swing by the house and knock on the door just to check on the student. Not in a negative way or a threatening way, but we can make physical contact that way, especially with no students in the building. We can come and just speak with the families. We're here to help if there's something that you need. So that we intend to be very active in making that personal connection, and hope that goes over well and is well received. That our intentions are true.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Slichter. Okay, I'll just keep on going here with my questions. Do the parents still need to get the full list of school supplies? That's been an ongoing question. What about the school supplies? Since the remote, do they need everything on that list? Do they buy it? What would you advise?
I would say just hold off. And
Hold off.
I don't see any reason why. I think you probably will need some coloring supplies in elementary to do some of your art projects, but I don't think there's anything that's going to be overly pressing. Dr. Schlichter, if you disagree, I think, or maybe
It's been an ongoing question.
I think that question, give your building administration a handful of days to communicate, and we can
think
let
we
them
need
know
that.
that that's a question, and we can certainly ask them if there are specific things that families need. Add that to their communication in their welcome letter that they will still be sending out. We'll add that to it because they will definitely not need all of the things that they typically need.
Right, but I think the parents do need some direction on
Agreed.
that. Yeah.
Leslie, one thing, too, when we think about that Welcome Back Week of things that are going on there, that's something that we could have the teachers as they're reaching out those first few days. So if they don't have them on day one, it might be, you might not need the folder, but make sure you have, these, like those art supply kinds of things or
Right.
whatnot. So we can also ensure that teachers are doing that when they're coming back on that very first week, and kids will then
Okay.
have time to get, things or if it's a ruler, they have a ruler from last year, they have those kinds of
But some of those
items.
folders, you think about, being at home and keeping that organization is probably going to be more important than even being at school. So in terms of like folders and things like that, you probably are, especially at the elementary level. But
Okay.
we'll communicate
We
that
should
in the
communicate.
back to school letter for sure.
Okay, great, thank you. And what kind of flexibility will there be in regards to students struggling at home, and I'm thinking more of the younger, the elementary level, where there's a situation where both parents have to work, because that's a reality, and they might be working from home, but they're working, so they're physically home with their child, but they're not always able to walk them through their lesson, or if it's doing something, that's supposed to be working on their own, and they're not able to help them do that. I worry about the younger kids falling through the cracks. And so have we thought about something in regards to those kids that are kind of falling behind, and it's not their fault, it's just their home situation, it's not ideal for remote learning?
Well, we have thought about them, and I've actually had a handful of conversations with parents who have laid out that exact scenario. And unfortunately, there's no perfect answer for it, and it's one of those. This is a bad situation. So that's part of the reason why the lessons will be recorded, where the teacher is instructing, so that they can go back and help reinforce what's there. We are looking at ways that we can provide some evening support in terms of where it's some instructor available evening support, but those are some details we have not finalized yet.
Well,
So we're working to provide some supports that are there, but we're still working on that.
I would love to just know that there's an overall understanding from our teaching staff that sometimes it's not these kids' fault that they don't have an assignment done, and I would hate to see them penalized.
Well, I
It's
think
hard
that-
enough to get, to be excited about school, and then you're at home, you're not connecting to your teachers really, so, and then to
I
just-
totally agree with you there, and there shouldn't be the expectation that a deadline for something being turned in is really hard, because we all have circumstances, especially right now, and I think that you'll still find, or I expect that you'll still find a similar leniency that we did. Now, although there are expectations in terms of grading, and there are expectations in terms of attendance, that doesn't mean that there aren't expectations in terms of we're all still human and we all still have things that are happening. And I think as long as we have good communication home and at school, and our expectation from the district is that communication from district to home is going to be excellent. One of the things that I failed to mention in our presentation that we'll be doing somewhat regularly is surveying our families as to what their experience is like, building by building, teacher by teacher, so that way we can support in the classroom and get that feedback. So that way, if that communication is lacking, we can support that.
Thank you. I have two more. Is there going to be any type of system where the certified staff is being, I don't want to use the word monitored, but is anybody checking in to make sure that those 5 hours or however many hours a day they're doing live instruction, that they're actually doing that, or is there some type of plan in place for that?
Absolutely. So all of our administrators, she's taking all of your questions, I think, isn't she? All of our administrators will have access to all of the classrooms. They'll not only be doing pop-ins, they're virtual walkthroughs, so to speak, but also the expectation exists in terms of those minimums. They will be monitored. And that's where the survey that I just mentioned will also be a secondary check for that, just to ensure that we're following up and that everything that we believe is happening is the same perception that exists at home. So that way we can just ensure that our kids are being taken care of and there's no weird spots that are popping up that we don't need to follow up on.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And so for the
But I would ask that if that's not happening, that those lines of communication just come back to the building, and any concerns that are there come back to the building so that we can support the learning that needs to be taking place in the classroom.
Right. I agree.
And if that's not happening, start with the teacher. Start with the teacher and share those concerns, and then work your way up the channels, and we'll happily address them.
Okay. Free and reduced lunch, that's still happening. Is it a pickup location? Is that just at Marlowe?
It is. Mr. Altmaier.
Thank you very much. The free and reduced locations are going to be at multiple locations throughout the district, and that is currently being planned, I believe, at each campus. So whether it's the high school, Marlowe, as well as this campus, so to provide a little more ease for the students, the free and reduced students that will be in need of lunches during that time. So we are waiting to find out the summer food program, currently we're providing lunches and breakfast to anybody that is currently in need. And so we are working with ISB as well as the federal program to see if the state is going to extend that program so that we can continue providing that same service that we're providing today. If not, at the start of the school year, as we do every year, we'll be providing lunches and possibly breakfast to those in need for free and reduced only.
Okay, thank you. My one last question. For special ed, our special ed students, you said they're going to meet in person. Hopefully that's the plan. Would that start immediately?
September 14th is the target date for
Okay.
the first small group meeting, yes.
I'm sorry if that was in there. I
That's
must
okay.
have missed it.
That's okay. And some of our self-contained classrooms are targeting multiple days per week
Okay.
for those self-contained classrooms to meet. A minimum of 2 days per week in person, 2 days virtual, with the Wednesday asynchronous for deep disinfection.
Okay, great. And then what about the children, in second grade that typically don't get identified with something until third grade? So I'm assuming the teachers still will be watching and be able to identify
Correct.
those students, and those students will then get some type of in-person, should they need that at
The-
that time? Are
The
you-
expectation is that we begin our interventions with our Tier 3 students.
Right.
And then our interventions for students that are in Tier 2, the expectation is that that's going to be occurring virtually. Just the in-person will start with Tier 3, and as
Okay.
that begins to smooth out and we feel comfortable with what we're managing, we'll then move on to Tier 2 students to offering those small groups to come in as well.
But
That's our goal.
newly identified students?
The virtual interventions
Okay.
should be available, will
Gotcha.
be available.
Okay, all right,
That was a struggle of ours in the spring. That will not be a struggle this fall.
okay, thank you.
Oh, that's all? Well, I just had a list of about 35 questions, so, kind of came up with a term here, certain uncertainty. So I think, I guess with that, it feels like there's an opportunity to learn things out of this experience and and one of the questions that struck me is the description of block schedule. Would that be preferable in whatever that future normal world is compared to what we do?
It depends on who you ask. Every year as a high school principal, I had a group of teachers, primarily science teachers, who would come and knock on my door and say, okay, Scott, are you ready to talk about going back to a block schedule? Because in the world of science, you could have instruction and a lab in the same day. And for there's a I don't think there's a wrong way of doing it. There isn't. It's just with the block schedule, you're just not going to meet every day. So I don't think that there's necessary. I haven't seen any. I don't want to speak uneducated on it, but I don't believe that there's research that's going to suggest one way is better than the other. It's
So
more.
what makes the block schedule more
I think you have the
appropriate
ability.
now?
Well, more appropriate now. It
Yeah.
really has everything to do with the workload for our students and the ability in this virtual world to allow for some small group work and to go deeper with the time that you have together, and not have students have 8 classes every single day that they may have work beyond the school day or work that they can't finish while they're in that scheduled day.
Right.
That's the benefit is having students in front of a computer for 5 to 7 hours a day, and then have more work in addition to. We recognize the toll that could take on them, and we don't want it to become overburdening and additionally stressful.
Okay. And then from just a technology standpoint, the whole live broadcast, recording, we feel like we're in good shape with that.
We do. Actually, Dr. Budzinski can give you a little bit of update on that. And you'll see that the technologies you have right next to Mr. Amy's head there is something very similar to what will be in our classrooms and with our teachers.
Yeah, that's exactly right. In fact, what we're using here tonight is very similar to what we'll be using or have available to teachers as well. We did secure a number of these same cameras. We have about 350 of them in stock. We have more coming. So we'll have them available for teachers on a request basis. And as we get more and more in, we'll have more available for for all of our classrooms, should we need them in all the classrooms. The supply chain's a little bit difficult there, so we're hopeful that they'll keep showing up. They've been consistently showing up in about the 50 or so a week.
So if I'm in a classroom and I have my own camera faced at me, how am I seen on the other side?
You as the teacher, how are you sending it?
Me as a student.
You as a student, so if I'm, so it would be easy to show you if we had more people on the Zoom call. So what happens is a teacher would actually have a gallery view. They could see multiple students at any given time. They could also have the ability to share their screen and see just a subset of those students. The same with the student side. And the students, to a certain extent, can determine whether they see a full screen video of the teacher or just what the teacher might be sharing on their screen. They have some flexibility there as well. So it can be controlled on either side with what they need to see, with some pretty good granularity. I mean, there's a lot of functionality, especially with the Zoom licenses that we have, to be able to do those sorts of things and control it on kind of an as-needed basis. So if the content that's being shared is more group in nature, the group could see the whole group. If the content being shared is more of a, here I want to show you something, it could be more of a, everybody sees the same screen. So the technology could really go either way on that.
And I think the beauty of this technology is having that device connected to a relatively inexpensive Chromebook for a teacher frees up their laptop, which is connected to their smartboard and other instructional devices, whereas in the spring, when they were Zooming through their laptop, their instructional materials were also in their laptop, so you're managing your class with everything that you needed behind the class, and so you're using more technology, but you have much more access to everything that you need for instruction. And a lot of times, if they're using a smartboard or the projector, it's going through the laptop, and you don't want your students on that as well in this environment. So it frees the teacher for a lot more flexibility to be mobile around the room.
So I have a Chromebook with my Zoom meeting, and I have my laptop.
Exactly.
There's a couple different ways. There's a couple different ways that we could accomplish that, whether it be a separate device or even in some circumstances just a second display hooked to the same device.
Yeah.
To a certain extent, we'd accomplish the same thing.
Yeah, dual monitors almost was the first thing that came to
Exactly
my
right.
mind.
Exactly right. So if, in cases where we can accomplish that, either of those options are technically possible.
Okay.
All right, can I follow up on what you're saying?
Yeah.
So, everybody knows how to use this stuff, kids and teachers, or they all got to be trained on this?
For the most part, these cameras are all just plug and play. You literally just plug in the USB cord and the power cord, and the computer recognizes it automatically. There's nothing else to install or set up. You just choose it as the camera option within Zoom or in Google Meets if that's the case. We can certainly work with anybody to show them how to do it. It's a very quick instruction, but we've started to put a few of these out in the buildings, even just today, for our buildings to start trying these things out so they can see it, and so they can kind of get comfortable with it before that time comes. But they're very, very simple to use. Literally just plug it in and it starts to work.
Okay, so I also want to offer, Brad Aney is available to answer questions as part of this section. So, Brad, you can hear me, right? So, how prepared do you think the teachers as a whole are to utilize all this technology to deliver remotely to the kids?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I think that right now, the teachers are extremely tough with this, and I think now they're probably in freak out mode because it's so new, but I do think that the district is committed to allowing us the PPE that we need those 2 to 3 days. We're going to do it in a very positive way that has different tiers. One tier will be someone that is technology, like the basic
One more.
No, no, go ahead.
Just, again, kind of coming back to that opportunity side of things, I think I would just characterize this whole environment as pretty historic and a great opportunity to do some really neat things, kind of making lemonade out of lemons type of thing. And, you know, things like the sessions being recorded and being able to be reused, reviewed, that type of thing is potentially exciting. So I guess if there's one thing that sticks out is just the need for continued flexibility from everyone, adaptability, and then just kind of keep a positive attitude about things, because I think in 2 weeks everything will, not everything will change hopefully, but quite a bit will change, and some good, some bad, and I think to the extent we can hold things together and be creative and optimistic, I think it makes a difference. So that's it.
Still your committee.
Yes, I do.
I have a couple.
Okay.
So.
I'll go after
Oh,
Sean.
go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead.
sure. Should I
This committee, so.
call it? Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Sean. So for just a moment, I want to kind of go back to the meeting from 3 weeks ago, and I'm wondering if there could be some clarification. There was when the return to school plan was rolled out, there was talk about 70% of IEPs would need to be modified or amended. That kind of set a little bit of panic within the special needs community. So before I go on with any further questions, can we clarify what that means? Because we've got some parents that are panicking that their child's IEP is going to, that they're going to lose services and so much. So I just wanted to.
I'm really glad that you asked that, Dr. Del Castillo. We've been talking about that a little bit, so I'm glad you brought that up.
Good.
Yeah, so what we created is an eIEP, and that's what we are going to use during remote learning. And the IEP is going to stay exactly the same, and the remote IEP or the eIEP is going to have the same goals with, the vision that it's going to be virtual services. This actually, what we are planning is to have all our services synchronous, in person or via a synchronous platform. So we're going to have the other document, and we're not going to have to, there's not the need to amend the IEP, because we're going to have that separate document that is the eIEP.
So not all of the recent developments were bad. One of the recent developments turned out to be pretty positive and save a lot of extra work for our special services team. So that's a very good thing.
Good. I'm glad to hear that, because that'll put some minds at ease.
Yeah,
for
thanks
some
again for
families
bringing that
and
up.
some
I'm really
parents.
glad you brought it up.
Thank you. My next question is, does the district have any maybe links or resources that we can direct families to that are struggling with what they're going to do for childcare during the day if both parents are working? Is there any talk or any programs opening up at the Park District? Has the district heard of any churches, anything that's opening up? Do we have any kind of resources yet? I mean, that could be still forthcoming, but is there anything yet?
I think there is. It's still forthcoming. I know the Park District has had some conversations and are looking to expand some of their offerings. Obviously, they can't offer. There's no ETC, the extended time care they offer before and after school in our buildings, but they are looking at something at their facility during the day. I don't know the number of students that they would be able to accommodate, but they are looking at how they can support the community that way. Mr. Palmer and I did speak today, and they were trying to jump through some DCFS hoops in order to make that happen. I believe they're getting very close, but they're hoping to offer some things. The struggle with the daycares, the reality is they are a lot of them operating at like 50% capacity because of the restrictions that they're under as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's that go back to my opening remarks. The decision that we made was made with a very heavy heart, because we knew the burden that we would be placing our families under having to make this decision. And we keep our ear to the ground. We keep collaborating with neighboring districts that are trying to spin some ideas around offering some sort of a daycare on their own to see if we can accommodate some of those things. And so far, we've run into a lot of dead ends. But we're still trying, and again, those collaborations with other neighboring districts, see if they come up with ideas that we hadn't thought of. But the Park District, I'm hopeful that that turns into something at least that can help some.
Right. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Did you have a? Oh, okay. Then homework club. I know you talked about assigning teachers to almost, like a help, maybe like a Raiderade during the day. Would there be something? And I think it's kind of wrapping back around to Leslie's question about evening resources for parents, or even an after school, like Marlo had homework club. Will something like that still be available for the kids to get that one-on-one afterwards during the day?
We had that offering in the summertime, and it was one of the areas that we allocated some of our CARES dollars to, was offering some elementary and secondary tutoring support in the evenings. And we weren't sure how it was going to go, and we actually had a waiting list. It was so utilized, and it was wildly successful. So we are looking at extending that. We were in the early stages of game planning that and trying to figure out where those dollars are going to come from, because they had not been budgeted. So we are game planning that, but we're hopeful that we can have a plan put together really, really soon and can communicate how that will work.
Awesome. Next question.
I'm confident we'll figure it out, though.
Thank you. What about testing, especially at your, middle and high school? Are they going to kind of follow more of like that mastery, competency-based learning to demonstrate that they understand what they've learned? Is that how we're going to measure that?
I'll let Dr. Schlichter take that one. We're inching closer and closer in that direction, but we're not there yet. But I'll let Dr. Schlichter take that.
So at the middle and high school level, actually, throughout the entire course of the summer, our teacher teams, literally almost every course except a few of our singleton courses at the high school, we have a lot of courses at the high school, we actually prioritized our curriculum. It was curriculum prioritization in anticipation of this. So we knew we would have some kind of hybrid or some kind of remote. We anticipated that the virus wouldn't go away over the summer. We wanted to be ready. And the beauty of it actually is the curriculum prioritization put us closer in line with what you're describing. So looking at what is the foundational knowledge that a student needs coming into a unit, how do they demonstrate mastery of that? What's our targeted knowledge? If we can master this, we're satisfactory, we're proficient. And then if we have knowledge that exceeds, what does that look like? And so prioritizing by unit, you heard Dr. Rowe in the schedule model mention that on Monday it'll be that meeting of every class period to make sure we're checking in on the foundational knowledge. That's something students should have coming in, but we know there might be gaps, and so we'll be able to identify those different knowledge levels, which is really moving us closer to a proficiency approach as you described. So I'm not going to be confident right now to say that we're taking full-on a competency approach across the board. But what I do think we're doing is looking at how can we get closer to that mastery approach. It's good, especially for this situation, and really especially aligned with that block schedule, because we can dive deeper if we need to. But it's also just good practice. It's going to move us in a great direction towards personalization and a more mastery-based approach anyway.
Excellent, thank you. And my final question then would be with regards to something like PE or chemistry, where you've got classes that are, very active and participation's needed, like something like chemistry. Would the teacher then be doing the experiment while everybody's watching what's that? Because I'm not going to have chemicals in the house. That could be fun.
You're not going to have sodium chloride laying around? No? I bet you do, Paul. That does not surprise me one bit. No.
Table salt.
Exactly.
So
we all do.
And I would actually add to that list of classes things like a lot of our career pathways classes that are very hands-on. So a couple approaches, and trust me, the staff members have asked, because people are very passionate about wanting to make sure that students can access their learning. In that list of sort of prioritization of how we might bring in small groups that Dr. Rowe described, we really have reserved. We know how long we're planning to do this and then reevaluate, but the situation being uncertain what's going to happen in society and public health at that point, we have acknowledged that we we would like to aspire to perhaps bringing in small groups for those specific purposes at some of those levels. So for example, and this is just an example, potentially small groups, so it would take a while to rotate, but could every student have a chance to do several in-person science experiments? It might not be the same experiment because we're rotating and we move through the semester. For some of our auto shop classes or some of our classes that we're actually concerned because those are career pathways that our students may end up going into for their career. And so number one, our teachers are being very, very creative in those areas as to are there some virtual ways, virtual internships, things like that. But for those things that we need hands-on, we're not going to say out of the gate that would be our first level of priority to have students come in. We've already mentioned our students with special needs, our students needing interventions. If we can get a system down and if the public health situation holds steady to allow us, perhaps in phase 4 in Illinois, we do aspire to having students be able to access some of those activities in small groups. We do still have to balance. I think if we opened that up, students, might flock to some of those activities because they want to get that experience. So we'll have to manage that carefully, but we do aspire to that.
Excellent. Thank you for all of that. I'm done because Leslie helped me out with all of the questions, so that was awesome. Thank you.
So most of mine have been answered as well, but back to Leslie's question regarding like the daily check-in. If these kids, that both parents work and they're not able to check in, how will you judge that based on attendance? Like if they're not able to do that till later?
That's a good question. I'm actually going to ask Dr. Schlicker to handle that one because there were some specific examples in the principals meeting shared this morning.
Yeah, it's actually really good timing. We've been meeting with our elementary and secondary task forces, and it's a slightly similar but a little bit of a different answer at the different levels. Essentially, because we know our students are in different situations, we're not real comfortable saying, you have to click this Google form before 8 o'clock in the morning, otherwise you're absent. We've spoken to other districts who tried that in the spring, and even parents who are educators are like, my kid did all the work, he just never did the form, and he got marked absent. So we know that one size fits all isn't going to work. What we are going to do is list out at the level for the teachers and then share with the parents, here's 3 or 4 different ways that a student might demonstrate attendance. So if a student can't check in that morning meeting at this time, but during the course of the day, they engage later, or we see that asynchronous work, or maybe there is a form that they can check so we know they're okay, we know they're there, but they just might not be able to engage in their work until later. Or at the high school, maybe in different classes, it looks a little bit different, but we're planning to offer that range of saying any of these options would allow you to mark a student present.
I think one of the things that we have to, while we want to provide and live by a schedule, because that was one of the, it was loud and clear from our families in the spring that was a priority, we still in every situation have to remain flexible. And there's not going to be, as Erica said, no one size fits all. There's no black and white answer to anything COVID related. It's very much flexibility from human resources to dealing with student attendance. Everyone's coming from a different situation that we have to kind of take in and do our best to find the best possible solution for that given situation, employee or student, and just take care of people. So, it takes more work, but we want to do right by our people and our kids.
Thanks. And then my next question would be, and I know everything's changing on a daily basis, but the idea is for the teachers to be in person. But I know the district is large, and I don't know if this is a question for you or Brad, but how do you regulate if a teacher is going to have to work from home? How are you going to handle those things? You have a lot of tools that they're going to have to set up at home. They may have children at home. We've all been on teleconferencing the last 5 months, and it can get rather distracting. I would just like to know the plan of how that might work.
Sure. So that plan has been one that has evolved, and it's one that has been a challenge, because if we started this journey out a week or so ago with the expectation that all of our teachers were going to be teaching from the classroom, and as that has evolved, And we've recognized the impact that that would have not only on them, but on their families and how challenging that is. The reality of to be totally transparent, the reality of the resignations and the leaves of absence that we would be faced with would probably cripple our system. So I think we are going to have to allow those that simply cannot find childcare or obviously have medical situations or some other circumstance that can be proven that they simply cannot work in the building. We have to take that into consideration and work with them. The overall arching expectation, though, is that during the workday, they're serving the community's children, and that the schedule that we provide, that our children are not interfering with our work. We considered many different options, from bringing children to school and allowing them to be in your classroom, but the liability concerns outweighed the potential reward there. And ultimately, we settled on being flexible with our employees, wherein if after working with us, we believe that they've truly exhausted all options, that they cannot be in the building, we'll continue to work with them and allow that flexibility. We have the technology that can be checked out so that they can set their workspace up at home. We will build expectations that workspace be set up and it'll be professional at home. They'll not be sitting from a couch teaching. They'll be teaching from a professional workspace in the home. Those expectations will have to be met, be monitored by our principals, and do the very best that they can to ensure that that their children that are at home are engaged in other things and not interfering with their work, because they are teaching the community's children at that time, and that's the responsibility at that moment. And with this structured schedule, that's going to be a challenge at times, and we have to recognize that. But I was on a conference call the other day, and I got shot with a water gun by my child while I was at home. It's not a fun experience, and it can be a challenge. It was not a good moment, but it happens. And are we going to be perfect? Obviously not, because I certainly wasn't. But I think that's one of those moments we have to offer that flexibility. So that communication will be going out to our staff members tomorrow, probably. Mr. Aney and I spoke today. There are certain things that we are going to have 100% attendance for, like the welcome week, where we are welcoming students back. If there's not a doctor's note with a medical condition, obviously they can't be in the building for those things. But there are certain things we are going to have short periods of time where they're physically in the building. But we've really, from collaboration with other districts to what we want to happen, it's been pretty consistent from everyone we've talked with. They started where we were too, and they've gone to the point of being flexible with their staff. It's one of those challenges no one has a great answer to.
Yep, perfect, thank you. Last question, you answered it earlier for the phase one in person. I think you said September 21st? 14th. What does that look like for phase 2 and 3 if that seems to be working?
Well, I think we have to see how phase 1 goes first, but phase 1 being our self-contained special services students and our tier 3 RTI students would be the goal at that point. If that goes well, then we would start looking at our tier 2 students, and then small groups in our elementary classrooms potentially coming back in to see their teacher again, and maybe doing some small group skill work. But again, we have a month to get to that point, and 3 weeks of school before we can get there. So, but we would eventually just baby steps, special services in tier 3, and then we can maybe go those tier 3 students, if that's going really, really well and they need more, we can start looking at maybe attending more regularly, or go to the tier 2 students, bringing those in for small groups and continuing that rotation. But baby steps, and just keep stepping a little bit closer. And if the health stays flat, then we'll just keep inching our way back and continuing working with our teachers to ensure that not only are we maintaining all safety guidelines and improving the systems that we can have with smaller groups to meet all the guidelines we have to meet. But again, continue to work with our teachers so that we all feel comfortable about how we're doing it and what we're doing. But then also working our way back to full instruction, which it'll take a little while, obviously.
Thanks.
You got it.
So There have been so many good questions, so mine dig into the weeds a little bit. First question, do you anticipate that there will be classes, and I'm thinking mostly at the high school level, that will not be offered just because they're super challenging to do over a virtual or electronic classroom?
Unless Dr. Schlichter has any that I'm not thinking of, the only class that we've run into obstacles with is the youth residency program, and that's because Northwestern Huntley is not allowing our students into the hospital because of their protocols. We're still running the class.
Okay.
We're just not doing the rotations in the hospital. We're working with outpatient providers to see if they will allow some rotations in theirs, or having some providers, if they're able, to come to us or Zooming in and trying to create that experience as best we can. But understandably, our students being in a hospital setting right now is not a good idea.
Yeah,
But so far, that's the only experience that I'm aware of that we will not be able to accommodate.
Okay, that was one that was jumping out at me,
Right.
but I was curious if there was anything else that would
And
fit
even
into that.
and even to Northwestern Medicine's Huntley's credit, they held out as long as they could trying to help us make it happen.
Sure.
But they just couldn't, and we completely understand.
Okay. Second question, I've seen several things asked about parking passes.
Oh, sure.
For high school kids.
Sure.
They've put the money in. Obviously, things are changing and evolving, but how is that going to work out?
And I believe the high school has communicated with all of the families. If they have not, the communication will be, if they would like a refund on their parking pass, they are entitled to it. We will refund them 100%. However, if they choose that refund now, then they will fall to the bottom of the list, of the waiting list. If they would like to just wait, and we start back to school at any point in the year, then they obviously have that parking pass, and we'll prorate whatever we don't, whatever portion of the year we're not in, back to them. If we
Okay.
don't ever, for some reason, don't end up in school whatsoever, they'll still get a full refund. But if it's financially feasible, it would be in their best interest just to wait. But with the chance that we do come back to school, then they have that spot waiting for them. However, if they need the funds, then we're happy to issue that refund to them.
Thank you.
And if I can add, we have refunded a handful of parking passes for the high school
okay.
already.
Okay. Thank you.
As we also have with our fall sports. We refunded all fall sports that are not planning to attend per IHSA, and we'll start that process over for the next round when the next round of sports begin.
Regarding the instructional coaches that were originally going to shift into classroom mode, are they going to remain as instructional coaches going forward?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And then on a little bit more fun nature, are there thoughts during that welcome week to be doing open house in some way, or meet teacher night in a virtual setting the way we had done in person historically?
Those conversations have been ongoing, and it will be in a virtual setting. And I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that, Dr. Schlichter, though. That conversation was happening as I left the principal's meeting
Yeah,
today.
the principals are still kind of working on that as to what would be best. There's been some different ideas tossed around for different in-person live, video combinations, things like that, and so they're still working on that.
Okay.
But it is planned to still occur.
Okay, great. And that's really all I had. All the other questions were asked. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I actually have one now, following up on Mr. Craddy's question about the teachers being here in the classroom. Do you have a sense of how many, or like what percentage of teachers we need to be flexible with? Are we talking half of the teachers, or a small percentage, or?
Well,
we
Mr.
have no
Zier,
idea?
Mr. Zier is our, he's in HR.
Oh, I wasn't ready for a percentage.
I want an exact percentage.
Yeah,
Two decimal places.
So I've dealt with a bunch of folks here over the last month or so, medical-wise, and a few child care questions here and there. I would estimate this to be, and I'm going to estimate the membership at around 700 right now. I'm thinking around, some of the folks aren't classroom teachers, so I understand, we have psychs and social workers. I'm going to give you a round number of 100 right now, is where I would be.
People, not percent.
Right. I got that. It would be a problem. Okay.
Now, but keep in mind, what we did was, we, at Mr. Rainey's request, sent a survey asking who would be, who feels that they would be in hardship of childcare in going remote. That was the day we announced that we were going remote. So that same Friday, those teachers had not gone out and sought childcare availability of their own yet. I'm hoping that number has continued to come down, and they have found some options, and that more of our teachers will be able to come into the building, because I think that and the teachers that I've spoken with personally, I think they all agree that the distractions that our children naturally provide is not the best for their professional environment, and they don't want that either. They want to provide the very best education for their kids, and they want to be sure that they're 100% there for them. So I think that they will do everything that they can to ensure that they can be 100% present. And of course, everyone that I've spoken with wants to be in the classroom, and they'll do everything they can. But some people just have circumstances that are different, and that are obviously the challenges they just can't overcome with a typical child care provider, or have some outplaced facilities that are going remote and have children with special needs that they have to care for. So they're just some different circumstances.
And this allows us to be fluid. Even if you've got a teacher that's, in the classroom, right? And I think we've got to understand this virus will, touch some folks, and we may have to quarantine some buildings at some point in time. Or if someone's child care would get pulled out from underneath them, this allows our teachers also to fluidly transition into the home setting to teach, to get better, or whatever it might be. I met with our subs today, and how a substitute normally works. The teacher calls in sick. We've got a system that automates that, and then the sub plans are left behind. Our subs go into the classroom. They take over for the day. In this setting, that could prove to be difficult, for our subs to go in and expect to be ready to take over a remote classroom. So if we would have to, quarantine teachers, shut down a building for whatever reason, transitioning home, obviously will be a lot smoother too. But, we'll have, we're talking about the virus, but folks are going to have, regular sickness too. So some things, we need to be aware of there also. But we'll do our best. There's always asking for a sub update. Our subs that we met with today were our returning subs, had a lot of great questions, and they're ready for kids to be back in, and opportunities to be there for them. Unfortunately, there just won't be as many. But I would say, based off of that survey, I'll still stick with that 100 number, but there may be some circumstances out there that I just haven't been made aware of yet either, but I've got a pretty good pulse on most of them, I think.
Anybody have any other questions?
Actually, on the sub question, how are we preparing our subs to be, for lack of a better term, midterm subs? We have the long term, which is like maternity leave, and then we have short term, which is a day or two from illness. If somebody needs to be away for 2 weeks, to me that's more of a midterm sub, because you've got to step in and continue that teaching for not just a day or two of activity. There's got to be stuff that's pre-planned and ready to go, and ready to go for that sub to be able to step in somewhat seamlessly.
Right. We do have some subs that experienced that back in the original shutdown in the spring, so they are ready to do that. And we got a sub pool, about 165 subs that are certified, meaning they've had a teacher degree. We've got the whole pool up to about 215 right now. So in that group, we do have people that would be able to take over for a short-term or long-term, and already prepared to do that, with some folks that may start the year on FMLA because of pregnancies, having babies, and what have you. So we did have some subs on that call today that were definitely ready to do that. But on a normal time, when we may bring 100 subs into the district on a given day, doing that drop of the hat in the morning to come and cover that class, we're going to have to figure that out. And back to your question, Paul, about instructional coaches. What's nice about having our instructional coaches, RTI interventionists, they may have to take over these roles on some days. It'll be the reality of it. If something happens to one of our teachers and they're not available, obviously all those folks are certified teachers, but we're going to have to see flexibility with our staff like we've never seen before. And they've done that in the past too. When we're on a sub shortage, those folks will step in. So, that may be our first option in these buildings.
And
if
that's a
we're
great point.
in
And
a
they're much
crisis.
closer to what's going on in the day-to-day classroom anyway. But the reality is if someone has to be quarantined for 2 weeks, they may not be sick. And they may be able to they quarantine from public contact.
right.
And they may be able to continue teaching from home with a positive test and not be so sick that they can't work. So that's where the flexibility comes in, that we just have to work with our people. So you may still be able to function, especially if you end up with a mild case, it may turn into a cold where you could spread it to someone that could cause harm to them, but you may have a lower reaction.
Yeah, and I get that. I'm just trying to think through,
Yep.
like you are already, some of these different permutations of what could, playing the what-if game, right?
Yep. Yeah, we're ready for the what ifs we haven't thought of too. I'm sure those are coming too. But yeah, we're trying to lay out every scenario, and it's a brainstorming exercise, and I'm sure we don't have them all down, but I think with as creative as we are, we'll figure something out to make that work. But kind of to Scott's point, if we do have someone that has to be quarantined and they have mild symptoms, they're able to teach their class. Obviously, we're going to allow them to do so in unique situation.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right.
All right, so, we still have Brad online. I told him we'd, try and give him an opportunity to answer a question or two. So, Brad, you've heard the discussion now for the last almost 2 hours. Is there anything that's been discussed that gives you any, is this in alignment with what's been discussed? Is there anything new? Is there anything that gives you pause, how we're moving forward right now?
No, I actually cannot applaud our district administration enough. I think that one of the things that Dr. Rowe makes sure is that the union and administration are working side by side in coming up with not only of all this, but what ifs, because I think it's really hard sometimes for district admin to be able to think of all of the problems that could come up with every decision that's made. And I just want to clarify, there is no perfect solution to any of this. And the fact that we are working side by side and really trying to tackle every issue as they come daily, I feel very confident in the decisions that were made. And I actually feel even more confident that as these issues arise, that we will tackle them on together with union and admin.
Okay, thanks. I have one more, but I don't know if anybody, I don't know if anybody else has anything to ask of Brad. Sean, you look like, did you want to? No. Paul? No. Melissa? No. All right. So, the last question, you actually addressed it a bit in your public comment. But again, I think what I'm looking for, and I got to imagine the community is at some point going, okay, so we couldn't start in-person instruction now. What's going to be the metric that we think that where the teachers are going to have a better comfort level where you could have, in person like we had originally planned? Is there specific metrics you guys are going to really point to? What do you think is going to be the tipping point at the end of the day to be able to do this?
I think that's a very dynamic question.
I know it is. I'm sorry,
Things
but
are- with how things are changing and, with flu season coming up and how that could potentially impact this whole COVID case. But as I said, I think that as we move forward, seeing a steady, extended period of COVID cases going down and not up, having these precautions, because ultimately, what is the number one priority, I think, for the district and the union is both student and staff safety. And I talked about some of these measures that we feel could be done, like the daily screening instead of monthly screening, things that could help our members feel a little bit safer. But I don't know if there's just one
no, there isn't just one.
factor that is going to do this, but I would love for a vaccine to be available tomorrow. I think that would help, but yeah, I think that we're gonna continuously put the situation together, and as the cases start coming down, and as more information is learned about this virus, I think that we will be able to stand together and gain a really good understanding of where our membership is and the level of comfortable enough to return. I speak on behalf of all membership when I really do say this is sooner than later. I can tell you every single educator that I've talked to wants to be in the classroom. The elementary staff wants to be with their kiddos. We all want the same thing, but we have to make sure that we're doing it so that, like Dr. Rose said, we're not looking at ourselves in the mirror at the end of the day to prevent a death of a family member or a staff member.
No, thank you. Appreciate you for taking the time tonight to interact in the meeting. It's obviously just such a unique situation to have to try and address all this, and it's evolved and changed. And again, we, as a district, we really appreciate the fact that our relationship with our teachers is one that is collaborative, and we work together to find solutions as best we can here. So we look forward to it's going to take a big effort from everybody, teachers, administration, parents, kids, to pull this off and make this, make education work for the next foreseeable month or two, and we need everybody rowing the boat in the same direction. So thank you very much.
Thank you guys for having me, and I am very, very confident that we have the best educators in this district that care more about these kids than anyone gives them credit for. So we continue to do everything in our power to give these kids the best education no matter what is thrown in front of us.
Okay. Well, thank you, and we'll let you run. We're going to move on in our meeting here. So
I have one more.
You have one.
I have one more. I know. I'm sorry you triggered. I thought of this listening. So, in the event we are able to return to the building, whether it's after the governor shuts us down or a case is gone, for whatever reason we are in, will the district send out another survey to families then to, I guess, refresh the response to hybrid and remote? Same with transportation, because a lot of people were just kind of scarred and jaded from spring, and they're hesitant about, but our plan now seems very structured and very different from the spring, and it's very apparent that a lot of work has been put in to making sure that, the students are going to get the best education possible. So I know at some point we were like, hey, we could have up to 40 families or 40% of our student body going remote, which was going to limit the number in the buildings. And maybe we could get to that number if there is success with remote. So will there be that opportunity?
Sure, and I would say that with, to answer Mr. Quagliano's question a little bit in response to you and piggyback where Mr. Aney left off, I think that as we work towards that October 16th date of reevaluation, I think it would be, I don't think anyone should have the expectation that our reevaluation would be an immediate return to our July reopening plan as it was. Because at this point, we should expect that we would be moving forward in small steps. So while that reopening plan would be, if you look at it upon like a continuum, our end goal, there may be a step or two in between before we can get there. So I would think that if my answer to us reopening and what would need to happen, if we can get the consistency that I shared that we're lacking currently amongst the regulating organizations, the governmental organizations of CDC, IDPH, ISB, and McHenry County Department of Health, if they can be better aligned to give us the guidance that we need, that are a little bit more clear cut of what we need to do, and we can we'll work on in the background, strengthening our contact tracing plans, and these small group sessions are successful. That will be our best path, I think, to gradually increasing the number of our student groups that are coming in to eventually work our way to maybe a hybrid model to start, and then it'll gradually get bigger. And again, I'm speaking off the cuff now. I have not collaborated with anyone on that idea, but I think stability and stability in our area in terms of cases and hopefully decreasing cases, but stability would be key. But yes, a survey about whatever that will be in terms of asking families to reevaluate, knowing what we know with the new information that we have. If you look at week to week, we get new information around the current state. We wouldn't want to hold families to what they said they wanted on July 6th. We would want to know what they wanted on October 6th if we're going to make a change on October 16th. For sure, but good question.
Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, so your committee is done because I do want to explain this to the public that this was for information only. This is a committee of the whole meeting. There's no action to be taken by the board. It's not a item to be voted on. We don't vote at committees of the whole. We just move things forward. But this is not even an item that is up for a vote of any kind. The administration is moving forward. The board, if we felt that this was not working for us, we might.
If I could, actually, I took this question from a reporter yesterday, and I think that just in the area there's a little bit of confusion because you see a number of different school boards taking action, some school boards passing resolution in support of, and some school boards like us operating. But by definition, this is an operational function of the school district. Therefore, administrative decision and an administrative function, which is why we, the administration, are not asking the school board to take formal action approving or not approving, because as administration, we make decisions to run the day-to-day operations of the school district. So that is why we bring this for discussion and for information to gather feedback as community representatives and elected officials of the community, and based on the feedback that you provide us, that will add and or alter the direction that we go based on that feedback that you provide. And you provided such wonderful feedback through the process that a lot of that feedback has definitely made it into our plans, but it's not something that open dialogue is the intention.
Correct. Yeah, I just wanted to be clear with that. So, falling back to your committee there, is there anything further related to this that you want?
No, just thank you for the presentation. Back to you, Tony.
Okay.
Finance.
All right, so we will move forward with our meeting. We're moving on to item 5, which is the Finance Committee, which I happen to chair. So 5.1 is our payables. They're listed our purchase orders, impress checks, accounts payable, disbursements, et cetera. Does any of the committee members have any questions or concerns related to those payables?
I do not.
Okay, and Sean, you're on this committee, so you have any questions related to the payables, or are we good to move that forward to the board? Okay, we will move that forward to the board for consent agenda. Item 5.2 is the monthly fiscal updates. Mr. Altmeyer.
Thank you very much. In front of you, you do have the fiscal memo. I will highlight a few different things. On there, you see the year-end close and year-end forecast. Just last week, we finished. I'm going to pull my mask down. We did just finish the field work for the annual audit. All went very well. There are no material findings. The auditors are still pulling together their list of a few journal entries that they have, and once we receive those, we'll plug those in and provide the Board of Education and the team a forecast of the year-end preliminary audited results. So you'll notice on the next line item, there is a revenue and expenditure report, but we did not include the executive summary because we are waiting for the finalized audit entries to come in so that we could provide you a better forecast of where we anticipate we are going to end up. So that's number one. Number two, the budget draft number 4, the budget draft for display will be presented at the next board meeting in 2 weeks from now, so stay tuned for that. Number 3, I want to point out something that did not make the fiscal memo. And recently, the Huntley Plan Commission and the Village of Huntley Board approved the petition to build a 4-story, 100-room Hampton Inn hotel off of Route 47. And the hotel project occupies approximately almost 4 acres of land. and would cost approximately $11.5 million to build. That said, the project developer, just within this past week, has reached out to the district, asking the district to consider a property tax abatement. So we're still kind of corresponding with that property developer. And that being said, I just wanted to make the board aware of that. And if appropriate, we will bring that item to the Board of Education meeting in 2 weeks so that it can be discussed. And if action needs to be taken, we could do that at that time. If you do recall, we've only done this once since I've been here over the last 12 years. Several years ago, we did provide Highwin, a 3-year 50% property tax abatement, kind of to entice them to come to the area and build their property. So did want to make the board aware of that as well. So that is something that we may bring to the board 2 weeks from today. And then lastly, the propane buses are in the lot. And the propane tank, the infrastructure and the tank, the 2,000-gallon propane tank approximately, is also up and ready to go. So we are ready for our next phase of going green and energy saving. So we will be utilizing those buses at the start of the year when we do small group instruction. And we are very, very excited about it. I think the only thing we still need to do is we need to work with AmeriGas, and they're going to train our staff and several of our drivers so that, well, we know how to fuel these things moving forward. So stay tuned on that, but the buses are on the lot, and the infrastructure is up and ready to go. So I do want to thank O&M, by the way, who expedited the concrete padding, the electric, and getting everything ready to go for AmeriGas to drop that tank. And I say all that because it took Palatine almost 1 year and 3 months to get their pad and their tank up and ready. And, well, we did it pretty quickly. So thanks to O&M and Doug. He knows how to get things done. Other than that, that would be the fiscal memo. I'd be happy to answer any questions on any of those items.
Okay, anybody have any questions for Mr. Altmeyer from the committee? Anybody not on the committee have any questions for Mr. Altmeyer? Okay, if not, we will move on to 5.3, which is the revenue and expenditure report. Mr. Altmeyer.
That is what I previously mentioned. The executive
Yeah,
summary
yeah.
wasn't provided, just a summary or a listing of revenues and expenditures for the month, but I would be happy to answer any questions you may have on that.
Not enough to ask a question on, so no. I have no questions. Okay, you saw nothing. Okay. All right, that would be it for finance. We move on to human resources. Mr. Gentry.
Okay. Agenda item 6.1, human resource update, Dr. Zier.
Yeah, in human resources, our department is kind of shifted and focusing on some other things, but still have some positions to hire. We had some unexpected elementary exits due to the COVID situation. So we have been shifting our elementary folks around here over the last couple of days to meet, our class sizes. Been watching our kindergarten numbers. We actually saw McCaben outpace our projection by about 106, 108%, 110% now. So we've had to shift a kindergarten teacher over there. That was unexpected. And Legee was kind of short on the numbers, so we had to move a position out of there. So shuffling at the elementary right now to make sure those class sizes are in good shape as when we welcome students back. We'll get it where it needs to be, and we'll be in good shape. Also, as we get into August here, just a reminder to the board, insurance rates historically used to update in the fall. It's now a January 1 date, so Mr. Altmeyer and I have been working with Alliant and set some expectations with what we would like to bring to the Health Insurance Committee when we're getting ready to update rates here in the fall. So we've got some meetings planned to get a look at some preliminary rates. And as we know, there is some new contract language that will impact those rates. So Hopefully at the September board meeting, we'll be able to bring those recommendations to the board. The only thing that's up for renewal this year will be medical. Everything else, we are in multi-year contracts at this point, and those rates will stay stable. And that's it.
Okay. Any questions from committee or anyone else? Okay, if not, we'll conclude HR and move to building and grounds. Mr. Troy.
Thank you. Item 7.1, O&M updates. Mr. Rinkasik, anything to highlight on that report?
Yes, in the last few days, we've seen notices from ComEd that they have approved to go live with the solar as it connects to the grid. For 6 out of 7 of our Reed Road and Square Barn campus locations, the 7th one being the administration building, you want to take a look. We suspect it's because they put a new transformer in, and it's our opportunity for their team to look around a little bit. We've got our occupancy permits from the Regional Office of Education. And the only thing left to do is to have our partner finish commissioning the inverters, which they are working on. And at Harmony Campus, work continues. No real dates given as of yet, but transformers were set. We should be getting pretty darn close over there as well. All our summer 20 projects are substantially complete or are mostly done and should be wrapping up real soon. We're in good shape for the start of the school year. Our strategic energy management partner called me a couple days ago and suggested that they were entertaining the idea to see if we want to participate in another conservation measure with water conservation. They got a pilot program starting, and they said they liked District 158's team's tenacity and how we handled ourselves with the energy conservation piece, and we embraced the idea and proposed to them that take a hard look at our Huntley High School as the one building that they would look at, which is about a third of our footprint, so we'll gain the most value in that one building. Our summer clean work is mostly done. We're doing the final building inspection tomorrow. We've got projects coming in for our team to follow up on as we prepare the final throes of getting things ready, and we'll do another round of extra intensive cleaning before the first day. Continuing to prep for the enhanced housekeeping for the year as it unfolds. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the committee or the board?
Biggest question I'd have is, from a financial standpoint, the impact of all these increased supplies and stuff. I mean, what are we? I mean, is Mr. Altmeyer? Have you updated the budget for this stuff? What do we?
I actually had ready for the meeting before last Friday's announcement proposal to enhance the housekeeping services for the coming year, and just the labor was a little over $200,000. But we pulled that back, of course, because we're not going to have full occupancy. Supplies, I don't know. Just there's a lot more supplies being purchased than just the O&M department, so I hesitate to speak to that particularly, but that's probably a notable 5 figures.
Yeah, so with the last few drafts of the budget, we have incorporated increased custodial as well as increased supplies. And this next draft of the budget, well, as of now, we were planning on increasing several supply line items because we are approaching several $100,000 just for supplies. Obviously, we were just talking about increased labor for custodial, which we may be able to pull that back a little bit now that we know we're going remote to at least the middle of October. But like I said in the last meeting, total overall cost we're approaching and probably beyond about $500,000 just for supplies and increased labor for custodial as well.
Good to go. Any additional questions from the board? All right, thank you for that report. Moving on to 7.2, the Fine Arts Edition update, please.
The architectural punch lists on the high school Fine Arts Edition are complete. Not a lot of punch list items there. Civil engineering work on the site. Paving was completed a couple days ago. Striping should be done by early next week. A couple sign relocations to be done, and civil will be done. We've had a couple challenges with the site work. It took a little extra long. We found a couple of surprises when they opened the ground up to relocate some storm sewers. You'll probably see some change order paperwork come through on that in the near future, as the time material costs are summarized and agreed to as reasonable. The commissioning agent was out here yesterday and today working on commissioning of the HVA system. They found a couple challenges. They weren't able to complete that today. We talked quite a bit throughout the day. There's warranty calling some parts on the new equipment already. But we'll get through it the next week or two. We hope that we can at least fire up the units as in the occupied mode to afford our construction manager the liberty to let contractors back in to do some of the final finish work that I've been telling them to hold off on until we have humidity under control in those spaces completely. Not to say that it's bad at all. It's just it's not perfect as we want it to be. There are some proposed change orders that LAMP forwarded for some smaller items. They're attached as we do every month, along with the fiscal report. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Or the board in general? All
I'm
right.
sorry, I may want to add that we are still underneath our target price. If you notice the bottom line on page 2, we're still have extra allowance funding, so we're doing all right.
Right. Yeah, we're okay. All right, hearing no additional questions, I'll move on to 7.3, the O&M deferred maintenance project schedule report.
Thank you, Paul. Bring this to the board every year in August. It's our large capital project report for the coming years. We try to preserve the facilities, to take a look out in about 10 years to forecast. Actually, I have a report much longer than 10 years, but I choose to only bring to the board a 10-year look. But what it looks like over the next 10 years, so you can get an idea of what you might want to consider budgeting to keep the buildings in the good shape that they are today. And I always like to put in this page 2, which shows you the value of the building and the contents we're protecting with these facilities. And you know, we're only talking this year about investing less than 0.5% of the value of what we're protecting to preserve them in the condition that they are. This is a year we're going to tighten up quite a bit, as Mark talked about in the budget presentation recently, in recent months. This is a living document. I want the board to know it's a living document, and as the facilities continue to age and we continue to, you know, interact with repair needs and equipment, we see wear and tear. We make adjustments here in this report. So the first year look is the first year forward, where we think it's with the funds allowed, the best place to put our foot forward to make the best investment to preserve the facilities and with the most need of the district and with the facilities. And after that, years 2 through 10 are probably more of a report to tell you, you know, overall, this is how much money you should be looking to and to try to find to fund each year. And right now, it's looking like over the next 10 years, you need about $2.67 million a year if you're going to try to do everything you need to do. That being said, since we're only asking for 1.5 this year, there are going to be some bumps in the road down the road, and Mr. Altmaier will want to say a few words about that. Do you want to do it now?
No, you can.
Okay. So some other things I wanted to mention here. Categorically, that's the page 2 through, I don't know, 5 or 6 or something. There's the category sort of all the 10-year look. And, you know, our large ticket items out there are roofs, asphalt, carpet, and HVAC equipment. This year, I found out in taking I always take a look at unit costs on things to make sure our forecasts are in the ballpark of the market. Unfortunately, I was told that since we replaced the section at the high school roof last, which was in 2017, I think, the budget number target we should use is 23% higher than it was back then. And I get this from a consultant who sees bids open all the time for this kind of work. So that's what I forecasted. In so doing, I had to stretch that out to 6 more years. When I showed you this last year, I had 5 more years on there. But because of that and our need to kind of thin up the expenditures this year, it stretched out to 6. We'll hope that when we do put our proposal package together, if you agree that it's the thing we want to do forward here, I'll ask for consensus here, is that, the bids will come in and it'll be very competitive, and we'll see numbers that'll come in lower, but that's what I put out there based on advice. Not included in the report, there's an item in there that's not included that we're not sure how it's going to go, but this building we're sitting here today has more sections of the occupied facility with dry sprinkler system than any other building in the entire school district. It's the way it was built. We've had some scary moments in the last couple of years where we've had reports we found leaks in the dry sprinkler system, and we've got quite a surveillance program based. If you've been around us back in the 2005 through 7 or 4 through 7, 8 years before we got real serious and hired forensic engineers and did remedial measures and called lawyers and things, we did do some remedial work here back then, but it just wasn't enough. This is probably one of the most difficult dry sprinkler systems that a lot of the people that come service us say, wow, you got this. We did do some, we hired a forensic engineer to come back in here in the last couple of summers, do some more exploratories inside the pipes to see where we're having signs of excessive corrosion. Advice given that we found was that we should add dry drains in the system in additional places, which keeps more of the water out of the system. And we've got a nitrogen system in there to try to limit the amount of oxygen in there, because oxygen, water, and iron pipe are why dry sprinkler systems are a really, really bad idea, but these are the cards we've been dealt. We think right now that the investment we made in making some adjustments will buy us quite a bit of time. Time will tell. I will tell you that if we get another one of these leaks in the dry system, I may change my mind and recommend, like some of my peers do in other districts right now, to go into the building and replace all the piping, but I'm not ready to make that recommendation just yet. We're going to try to make it work. We've delayed asphalt, and we had an asphalt life cycle for a number of years now, a very aggressive one, asphalt replacement. We're actually, if we were on the same pace we've been on, we'd be like maybe 3 years away, 2 to 3 years away from having everything back to a really good place like we were after we hurry up and built all these buildings here early in the life of these facilities. But we're slowing down a little bit. We'll get a little more asphalt patch work done and get us by. Another thing that we've deferred that we've been doing rather aggressively is carpet replacement. I will tell you that one of the oldest buildings left is a 2000 building that there's actually 2 of them. And they have some spaces that are still the 2000 carpet. They're clean. We do a great job every summer with our restorative cleaning equipment we invested in, but we're starting to see signs where some of the seams in the carpet are failing. We're having a contractor come back in, put them together, but it's just signs of wear and tear that it's going to come. We're going to have to work on it, deal with it over the near future. So in the FY21 list, if you go back into that piece there, just to focus on that for a minute, there's only one real large project of note there, and that is 15% of the high school roof to continue a program we started some years ago to get that moving forward. That starts on the detail on that starts on page 8. I don't know if this time you want to talk, Mark, but my goal here today, which is every year at this time, is just get a general consensus of the board if they're comfortable with moving forward with the project list as printed. No formal vote, but I'd like to hear any concerns because the next step for me is when I walk out of this room is to talk to consultants and start working on the planning of the design and getting out to bid as soon as possible as we can get the best contractors and the most competitive bidding when they're planning for next summer's work at this point in time. We've learned that lesson very well in recent years where we've been rewarded for this, so I'd like to get moving forward. But you want to talk now?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that, the numbers that Mr. Rankosik pointed out in fiscal years 22 and beyond, as we have done every year, right, those are the needs as of today, before budget cuts. So I think moving forward, if we do need to make budget cuts, depending upon where the state of Illinois comes in, depending upon the consumer price index, depending on, so many factors, including this pandemic, if we need to make budget cuts in the areas of capital projects, we will do so. But we certainly wanted to present to the Board of Education the needs of the district before we made any budget cuts, as we have done in prior years.
I'll open it up
excuse me, I'll open it up for questions from the board in general. It's a pretty big topic.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously you pared it down this year, I mean, it's coming, current fiscal year we're in. But there is probably opportunities that might present themselves later in the year, potentially, you never know. You don't know how things pan out budget-wise, that, yeah, because, I mean, what you've got after this year are fairly large, you know, starting to talk $3.5 million a year, that type of stuff. So, yeah, our budget usually can probably normally accommodate a couple million a year, normally. We tried to pare it down a little this year, so, I guess how I'd look at it is, you know, we just play it by ear here. I think how you got it laid out is fine, and if there's opportunities to push stuff forward, because the budget's coming in favorable at the end of the year, you push stuff forward that you've got earmarked for 22, you push it forward into 21, to absorb some of that, and take off the pressure that'll occur in the future years, and you just gotta let things play out a little bit. So I think how you got it laid out is fine. You have a tough time doing all that if things were, again, if you looked at Mark's 5-year projection and things were not, you know, revenues weren't growing very much, CPI was down, some of the worst case type scenarios, it's going to be tough to do, you know, anywhere near those volume of maintenance repairs, but you just got to let it play out a bit. I think you do a great job of laying it out so you see what's before you over the next 10-year horizon. But I think there's anything to do, in my opinion, nothing to do beyond what you've got laid out here. You just would go forward with what you got and see how the rest of it plays out. My thought.
On the roof replacement, because that's about half of the one-year budget right there. The smaller things really don't bother me because you can pick and choose those fairly easily if you need to kick the can down the road. But on the roof replacement, how critical is that roofing right now, and as opposed to the need itself in addressing that?
There are 3 substantial sections that are showing signs of, it's a single-ply rubber membrane that's on the roof with a gravel ballast over top of it. And what's happening is that as this old, especially the older generation versions like this is, as they get old, they oxidize. And when they oxidize, they shrink. And all of a sudden, instead of if I may demonstrate a little bit, if there's it's never laid just flat. Usually there's, at the end, it's curled up, if you will, here. And then as it shrinks, all of a sudden it starts to like tug itself and want to pull away, and it'll tear right on the edge, where it's rolling up to the little attachment to the perimeter of the building. And we've seen places where it's torn, and we've had to patch it. One's torn 3 times. We've repaired it. It's fine. But I would be very hesitant to want to postpone that anymore. We're hoping, really fingers crossed, that maybe we'll have a lucky day like we did when we opened the bids for the asphalt work we're just finishing at Conley McCabe, where we're came well under budget. So we're going to plan for alternate bids, so that, you know, as we open these bids, or even later, you know, once we open those bids and we start doing all the planning, it's just what areas we're doing, and it's all the same kind of work. It's just how much of it, pretty much. And so, if we get into the early, you know, hopefully this bid is awarded well before spring break, you know, and if we get closer to the end of the year and Mr. Altmaier calls me and says, you know, maybe we've got an opportunity. It looks like all the numbers are coming in a little lower. Could we do a little more and get ourselves ahead or something? Or we'll have that opportunity, hopefully.
Thank you. Any additional questions from the committee or the board? Do you have enough to go on from that? Okay. And with that, that's the end of O&M, so I'll return it. Mr. Quagliano?
Okay, item
Mr.
8.
Quagliano, if I might,
Yeah.
we have a public commenter who's been waiting since the beginning, and I just wondered if would you mind if she
I have no problem.
interjected now before we trudged on?
No problem. It's the one you gave me.
Thank
huh?
you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have no problem accommodating that. So it's Donna Napier, right? he had come up, we let Mr. Budzinski get this set up correctly.
Can I take this off? Is that okay when I talk? Yeah. Okay. My name's Donna Napier. I live in Huntley. I have a 6-year-old son, which is why I'm here. I know what I'm about to say is not going to change anything at this point, but I feel like I need to stand up for his education. Since the announcement of them going to e-learning, I put in quite a few hours of looking for and finding facts and trying to find information for reasons in-person learning for elementary children should be conducted. And I realized I found most of the compelling arguments came from our superintendent at that July 16th Board of Education meeting. I was here for that. I attended it, I listened, and I thought it was an amazing, well thought out, gave options plan. He stated that since May, there's been planning groups of 250 staff members from all different job categories that helped build that plan. There were surveys conducted that many parents and teachers participated in. His presentation, there was bullet points that said 81.3% of the staff indicate that they will be able to continue fulfilling their job duties in person. 91% of the parents surveyed felt in-person learning was very important for academic growth and achievement, and 89% it was important to very important for social and emotional development. A couple of quotes from Dr. Rowe from that meeting that stood out that I feel should be repeated. With the leadership, in quotes, with leadership of our district cabinet, I'm really proud of what we are putting forward because it not only reflects what our community tells us is important, what our staff shares is important, but it also gives our community, students, and family a choice, which is what we really value. Quote, what happens in elementary school is the foundation at which everything we do is built. Replacing that with online or partial in-person learning, it simply cannot happen. Quote, our elementary students are in buildings that are sprawling. We are in a very fortunate situation that most other school districts, especially in our area, simply do not have. Large buildings that are spread out over a great deal of land with small class sizes. We're going to be able to take care of our elementary students in a way that our upper grades were a different challenge. Now, I could go on for hours. You guys are all here with all reasons and quotes from Dr. Rowe. I could go on, but you were here. It was a well thought out and planned with input from everybody in the community, it felt like. Where did that importance of all that stuff go? It just seemed to disappear very quickly. Now, my husband and I are essential workers that cannot work from home. We are required to be at work every day that we are supposed to be there. When we get home, earliest maybe one of us gets home is 4 or 5 o'clock. Now we're looking at 4 to 5 hours of e-learning, even though he may not have to go online during the day. Now we're home, and now we're starting at 4 or 5 o'clock. That's I don't know how that's going to be done. I don't have somebody to sit with him during the day. It's going to be hard enough to find childcare, let alone somebody to sit there and do e-learning with it. So now, the choice of in-person learning, that's taken away. There was options in that other plan, in the initial plan, that just seemed to be thrown away to take this decision on of e-learning. It just seemed like the easy way to go instead of let's try this challenge, let's do this. We can make it work, especially for our elementary kids. So you've left parents with no options, which claimed were so valuable. You wanted to give them these options. You took away in-person learning for elementary students, which by his own admission was irreplaceable. He said it simply could not happen. And it did, like that. It changed so fast. It's in an email that went out by superintendents, they said it was not made lightly, the decision, and that it was more directed because of such inconsistencies of information about the virus and that there was just too much unknown. That's been from the beginning. There has been constant contradictions, constant inconsistencies, constant unknown. This is nothing new. I feel like we deserve a better answer than that. These children deserve a better answer than that. It's not fair to these elementary kids.
30 seconds.
Okay, I'm almost done. They're paying the price for, I don't know if it's fear, I don't know if it's politics, I don't know if it's a combination, I don't care what it is, but they're going to bear the burden of this decision. And it's not fair to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So now we'll move on to 8, Board of Education. And Dr. Rowe, you have the 1920 strategic plan measures.
I do. So, as with anything, wrapping up the 1920 school year, nothing was normal. And as we wrap up our 2015 to 2020 strategic plan, nothing finished normally. So, the 1920 strategic planning measures included 31 different individual measures that we use to set goals for the school year, as you know. Those were approved by the school board in the fall, and we set those goals and ask for not only approval, but then we hold those goals to mark our success for the year. And goal 1 is filled with the academic growth measures. The trouble is, we didn't take any of the spring assessments that we hold ourselves accountable to. So we weren't able to measure that academic growth. So what district administration is proposing is that we back out. When we back out those growth measures that could not be attained, and I guess give them an NA or not applicable. The district met 20 of the 22 of the different growth measures. We had a very successful year. In fact, a number of the measures we were still able to carry out even during the quarantine period, which included some of our social emotional learning presentations, as well as our completing the Equity Action Coalition presentation. So 20 of 22 measures completes at 91% completion rate, which actually falls in line with where we've been the last handful of years. So with that, happy to take any questions, but administration is requesting that the school board approve the 91% approval rate of the annual measures at the regular board meeting on the 20th.
Okay. Any questions for Dr. Rowe concerning how they arrived at that?
I'm here.
None. None. Paul, your no questions? You're good?
Just don't understand how you can't pass a test you didn't take.
We could have given ourselves 100, but that would be unethical. I think Atlanta got in trouble for that a few years ago.
Okay, then we can move this forward to the board to approve at our next regular meeting. Okay, 8.2, we have our board minutes for regular meetings, special meetings on the 16th and then July. Any questions concerning our minutes? Not, we'll move those forward to the board for consent. Item 9, closed session. I'd like to make a motion to move into closed session at 9:01 for the items listed enumerated in the agenda.
Second.
Second from Mr. Gentry. Can we have roll call?
Mr. Guerin. Mrs. Melendi. Mr. Gentry.
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano.
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino.
Yes.
Mr. Craddy.
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi. Mrs. Melendi.
Mrs. Melendi. Closed session. Yes, that's the right answer. All right.
You can abstain.
You
too,
get
by the
100%
way.
on that. Okay, that motion passes.
I'll say yes, too.
Okay, I'm sorry. You didn't get them? Oh, sorry, Paul. Okay. All right. We will move into closed session. Thank everybody for all their efforts putting this together tonight.
goes back to where I am. Right. So you almost see the disappointment that, you know, Yes, we're gonna
everyone's desk. And I bought the refills. It's just handy. I'm like, we're gonna be doing this forever, so I got, each of the board members got one, I got one for everyone. It's off desk.
All right, we are resuming in open session here. It is 9:59. Can we have roll call?
Mr. Guerin. Mrs. Melendi. Mr. Gentry.
Here.
Mr. Quagliano.
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino.
Here.
Mr. Craddy.
Here.
Mr. Troy.
Here.
Okay, we're all here. All right, having no action to take out of closed session, then I'd like to make a motion to adjourn at 9:59. Second, Ms. Melendi. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, opposed? No opposed. We are adjourned. 10 o'clock. Short meeting.